your entourage and the chairperson of the board, Date Dipela, and your colleagues. We are also acknowledging the honorable members of the Scopa, the legislature staff, the Office of the Auditor General, Office of the Provincial Legislature, and Office of the Treasury, sorry, and all other colleagues who are joining us. And we also want to greet everybody who is watching from different platforms, media platforms. You are welcome to this public hearing. Like I've indicated, the entity that is appearing today is Limpopo Tourism Agency, which is going to account to the public, to the people of Limpopo, on how they are spending the funds that are allocated to them to ensure that our province can be able to grow, and in particular the economy of the province can grow so that we are able to address the challenges that we are having, the challenge of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. So you are welcome. And we also want to thank you, MEC and Chairperson of the board, for honoring the invitation. As Scopa, we are providing oversight by strengthening the accountability, transparency, and the integrity of the government and its public entities. And Scopa derives its mandate from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act number 106, Section 114, 2A and B, which the Act stipulates that the provincial legislature must provide for the mechanism to ensure that all organs of the state in the province are accountable to it and play an oversight over the state institutions. It is for this reason that we are gathered here as the Scopa and the entity LTA, of course led by the MEC of LEDET. Scopa is having a responsibility to track the House resolutions and monitor the implementations of those resolutions. All this can be achieved when we emphasize or when we take note of performance, planning, monitoring, and evaluation, which are critical in the achievement of or building an ethical, capable, and developmental state. And furthermore, this can be achieved when we strengthen the internal controls of the department or the entity, where if there are deviations, consequence management should be instituted. Generally, with this department, MEC, and the entity, as and when we were preparing, and we are happy and appreciate your efforts. Like I indicated yesterday, that if you were putting efforts and providing oversight, like it's evident with the documents that we are having with LEDET, it was going to be appreciated. But we are saying, indeed, and it's a call that the work that has been done to the department and this entity that is appearing today must also reflect in LEDET. Because what we are seeing today is a different picture from what we saw yesterday. But you are the accounting, or you are the executive authority. So I fail to understand why are you able to do well here, but you don't focus at another entity. So we believe that you proved that you can assist these entities, and please do so that LEDET as well and its subsidiaries improve. We are saying so because it was very easy for us to prepare, and we need to applaud and appreciate the work done by Limpopo Tourism Agency. Like I've always indicated that your report must talk. And this report is talking. Hence, I don't think there will be a lot of follow-up questions because most of the answers are there in the file. We don't want a situation where we have, I used to say, half-lung responses. A half-lung response is a response where after you have responded, I will also to say, and then what? So it means you have not done justice to that response. But generally, we are satisfied, though there will be follow-up questions. It will not be because you have not fully answered that particular, and we really appreciate your efforts, and we say keep it up. And we also want to congratulate you for the clean audit, for that improvement. I can see that you've been struggling for the past 5 years to get to the clean audit, but finally you are there, and you must hold on to that clean audit. And I don't think it will come automatically. And sometimes when people have struggled to achieve, once they achieve, they say no, and they start to relax. That clean audit must be maintained so that we don't come here and spend the whole day asking you about this and that, and in the process we are struggling to even explain what has happened. But I think with this report, it is giving us hope. It is giving the public the confidence that indeed we've got a tourism agency that is able to perform its mandate. So we are going to receive the audit report or the report from 2022-2023. The good thing about getting a clean audit is that you don't appeal. So if you get a clean audit this year, 2024-2025, next year we will not get any invitation from us. So because 2023-2024 you got clean audit, we are only going to account on 2022-2023. It's only one financial year. And we believe that we need to give account of what has happened, and you have learned from those mistakes, and that is why we got the clean audit. So when we are going to start, we are going to allow you to, we are going to ask questions. The honorable members are going to ask questions as presented. And then you respond to those questions like you've responded. Now we want you to tell us and the public, the people who are watching, they want to understand. And then if there are follow-up questions, we'll come and ask follow-up questions, and then we'll do that. The other thing is that there is an item for introductions. We are all going to introduce ourselves. But the appeal is that as and when you are going to talk during the session, every time you respond or you talk, you ask a question, please introduce yourself for the benefit of the viewers on different platforms, so that they must not guess on who is speaking. For record purpose, we must able to know who is responding. And the last thing, MEC, just want to check with you and the HOD if you are aware of these reports that you have sent us.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Matibeshtereke MEC LEDET, I'm very much aware of the report.
Thank you, and I believe that you are speaking on behalf of the HOD and also the chairperson of the board.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Without any waste of time, we are going to start with the introduction. Where's my iPhone? Yeah. The item number 3 with introductions. And we start with the members of the Public Accounts Committee, which is Scopa. Starting with myself, I'm Esther Mukwili, the chairperson of Scopa.
Good morning, MEC and your team. My name is Jacques Smaller. I'm a member of the Scopa committee.
Thobela chairperson, thobela honorable members, thobela MEC le team ya gagwe. Na ke nna Thabo Mabotja, ke nna o mongwe wa maleloko a committee ya Scopa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC and your delegation. My name is Honorable Limpopo Tourism Agency, the member of the committee.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC and everyone. My name is Vince Kogori Maila, member of Scopa.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable MEC and your colleagues, honorable members. My name is Asna Kogori. I'm the member of this committee.
Morning, Chairperson, morning, honorable members, my colleagues. Morning to you, honorable MEC and your entourage. My name is Nafodi Caroline Mantata Mahasana. I'm the member of this committee.
Thank you very much, and let's go to the legislature staff.
Good morning. My name is William Mutare. I'm the committee coordinator of Public Accounts Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC and colleagues. My name is Katuchero Neroheni, the researcher for the portfolio committee.
Good morning. My name is Carol Flora, Communication Services.
Morning, everybody. My name is Kwadaba Fishi. I'm a committee coordinator for this committee.
Good morning, everyone. Mutumela Manager Elizabeth, the researcher for Scopa.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ghana G. I'm the committee coordinator responsible for LTA.
Morning, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Saul More from Communication Services.
Good morning. Our name is the Communication Services.
My name is Marathi Kabele, committee coordinator of the portfolio committee on LEDET.
Good morning. My name is Mr. Diva, committee coordinator, assistant leader.
Good morning, Comrade Chair and the MEC and your entourage. My name is Leboham Mafa. I'm the senior researcher in the office of the Chief of the Limpopo Legislature. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. My name is Kazu Monikao. I'm a researcher in the Chief Executive.
Good morning. My name is Dean from ICT Services.
Yeah, thank you very much, staff. Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning, MEC, the chair, and the team. My name is Daniel Jani. I'm the engagement manager responsible for the Code of Conduct.
My name is Paul Ahmed. I'm the audit manager of LEDET.
Provincial Treasurer. Thank you very much. MEC?
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, and all staff from LEDET as well as the LTA. My name is Matibe Stereke Baldwin, the MEC for LEDET. I will allow my team to introduce themselves through your permission, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson of Scopa and the members. My name is Andrew Dipila, the Board Chairperson of Limpopo Tourism Agency.
Good morning, Chairperson, the honorable members of Scopa, honorable MEC and colleagues. My name is Matozera Tum. I am the head of department for LEDET.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Honorable MEC, the Chairperson of the Board, HOD, Board members of LTA. My name is Moses Ngoreni. I'm the CEO of Limpopo Tourism Agency.
Morning.
Morning, Honorable Chair, members. My name is Bale Maula. I'm the CFO of Limpopo Tourism Agency.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC. Good morning, members of Scopa. My name is Grace Bara. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of LTA.
Good morning, Chairperson of Scopa, honorable members, MEC, and other colleagues. I'm Mugito Shiro. I'm a member of LTA.
Good morning. Simon Maluleki, Parliamentary Officer.
Good morning. Manyadwa Madaba from LEDET under Tourism.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members. Good morning, Honorable MEC. I'm Dingiko Malungani. I'm the Acting Deputy Director General for Environment and Tourism from LEDET.
Good morning, honorable Chair and all colleagues. My name is Kabani Nyani. I am the HOD support staff.
Okay, thank you very much. 3.6 is apologies. From our committee, we have the following apologies. We have an apology from Honorable Mapoulo, apology from Honorable Sibupela, apology from Honorable Machete. You will arrive late. Yeah, I think these are the only apologies that I have. And we also have the apology of Honorable Majomani, who will recuse herself around or even before we finish because she is not well. Yeah, these are the apologies that I'm having. MEC, do you have any apology from us?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. From our side, we don't have any apology. Everyone was expected to be here.
Thank you very much. And we are off from item number 3. We are on item number 4, which is questions and responses for the 2022-2023 financial year. Like I've indicated, we are going to allow members to ask questions, and then you respond, and then there will be follow-up questions if maybe they have other issues that if they think that you have not covered sufficiently, you respond, and we are off from there, from those issues. So, honorable members, I'm going to allow you to ask questions. The first question is only one financial year. Question 1 will be question 1 from 2020. So, Honorable Small, if you can lead us with question number 1.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Question 1 relates to resolution status and the regression in the audit outcomes. Executing authority. The committee has noted that the department has not implemented all the House resolutions from 2014-15 to 21-22 financial year. Executing authority. Limpopo Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism.
Honorable Smart, you are reading your own file. That is the debt. Question 1,
Stagnant
LTA.
outcomes. Yes. Resolution 1 deals with stagnant outcomes and audit outcome. Executing authority. The committee noted that the Limpopo Tourism Agency has not yet implemented all the House resolutions from 2014-15 to 2021 financial years. Furthermore, LTA has been stagnant with unqualified audit opinions with matters of emphasis since 2016-17 financial year to date. A, provide the committee with the status on the implementation of these House resolutions. B, why did the NT fail to implement all of the House resolutions for all of these years? Why is LTA stagnant in the performance of its audit outcomes? That's all. Apologies, thank you.
Okay. Emerson?
Thank you very much. My name is Matibestareke Baldwin, MEC for LEDET and the shareholder for LTA. I will allow the chairperson to go through the answers for the persons as presented by the standing committee.
Honorable Chairperson of Scopa, the MEC, my name is Andrew Dupila, the Chairperson of Limpopo Tourism Board. The response to question 1A, the status on the implementation of the House resolutions is as follows. In terms of the table, there are 14-15. We had a total number of resolutions 15. The number of resolved is 15. Number of not resolved is 0. 15-16, total number of resolutions 7. Resolved 7. Not resolved 0. 16-17, 8. Those that were number of resolutions were 8, not resolved. So not resolved is, those that were resolved is 8, not resolved is 0. 17, 18, we have got total number of resolutions is 10, number of resolved is 10, not resolved is 0. 18, 19, we had 4 resolutions. Number of resolved is 4, not resolved is 0. 1920, we had 5 resolutions. All 5 were resolved, 0 is remaining. 2021, we had 4 resolutions. All 4 were resolved, 0 was outstanding. 1B, why did the NTT fail to implement all the House resolutions for all these years? The answer is as follows. The NTT has fully implemented all the House resolutions for 14-15 to 2021. Find herewith attached from the Provincial Treasury the evidence of compliance, governance, monitoring and compliance report for 23-24 for your ease of reference named Annexure 1 on page 15 to 17. C. Why LTA is stagnant in the performance of audit outcomes? The answer is as follows. The NT2 was stagnant in the performance of audit outcomes for 16-17 to 22-23 due to material misstatements in the annual financial statements and performance report. Both annual financial statements and performance information contained numerous misstatements which were identified by the auditors. The misstatements in the annual financial statements were mainly found in the expenditure management, that is the regular, fruitless and wasteful expenditures, liabilities, revenue, property, plant and equipment, budget information and disclosure notes. Regarding performance information, the material findings were on the usefulness and reliability of the reported performance information, audit evidence to support the reported achievements of targets. all the misstatements were corrected during the adjustment period. The entity had to strengthen its internal controls and ensure that the annual financial statement and performance information are adequately reviewed before submission to the auditors. Upon the strengthening of internal controls and implementation of checklists, the entity's financial statement was submitted free from material misstatements effective 2021 going forward. Pertaining to the performance information, the entity implemented internal controls that resulted in improved audit outcomes on performance between 2023 and 23-24. Currently, the entity is sitting at zero balance on both irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditures. The entity has since improved its performance of audit outcomes, including the internal controls. During the 23-24 financial year, the entity achieved a clean audit outcome. No material misstatements were identified on both financial statements and performance information, as well as compliance with legislation. See herewith attached for your easy reference the latest audit outcome report for 23-24 on Annexure 2, which is on page 18 to 26. The entity further developed a clean audit project plan to ensure that it maintains the clean audit outcome going forward. For your ease of reference herewith attached, find a copy of the clean audit project plan named Annexure 3 on pages 27 to 32. Find below a table that indicates the reasons for stagnancy for each financial year since 16-17 to 22-23, followed by detailed explanations for the stagnancy. 16-17, significant uncertainties. The entity was a defendant in various lawsuits with service providers and former board members with a possible cash flow of 16,501,000. Irregular expenditure. The entity incurred irregular expenditure amounting to 506,000 due to the contravention of supply chain management regulations. Restatement of corresponding figures. The corresponding figures for March 2016 have been restated as a result of errors discovered in the financial statement of the entity and for the year ended 31 March 2017. 17-18, significant uncertainties. The entity was a defendant in various lawsuits with service providers and former board members with a total possible cash flow of 13 million, which in 2017-18 was 16 million. The entity is opposing the claims. The ultimate outcome of the matters cannot presently be determined, and no provision for any liability that may result has been in the financial statements. Restatement of corresponding figures. The corresponding figures of March 31st, 2017 have been restated as a result of errors discovered in the financial statements of the entity at and for the year ended 31st March 2018. 2018-19. Material findings on the usefulness and reliability on reported performance information. The Auditor General South Africa was not able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for the reported achievements in the annual performance report. This was due to a lack of technical indicator descriptions, proper performance management systems, and processes with formal standard operating procedures that predetermined how the achievement would be measured, monitored, and reported. 2019-20, various indicators were not clearly defined. The method of calculation for achieving the planned indicator was not clearly defined, and related systems and processes were not adequate to enable consistent measurement and reliable reporting of performance against the predetermined indicator definitions, as the baseline on which the actual performance will be measured was not clearly identified for the indicators listed below. Increased international tourist arrivals by 100,000 from 1.8 million to 1.9 million. Increased number of domestic holiday trips by 52,000 from 5.1 to 5.152,000 in that year. 2021, various indicators were not clearly defined. The method of calculation for achieving the planned indicator was not clearly defined, and related systems and processes were not adequate to enable consistent measurement and reliable reporting of performance against the predetermined indicator definitions for the following: an increase of 20,000 international tourists, an increased domestic tourists by 224,000, number of business events awareness programs implemented. 2021-2022, various indicators were not clearly defined. The source information and evidence and method of calculation for achieving the planned indicator were not clearly defined for the following indicators: number of platforms utilized to disseminate tourism information, number of collaborations implemented, number of researches conducted. 2022-2023 budget difference. The entity materially underspent on the earmarked funding allocated received by 2.5 million. Restatement of corresponding figures. The corresponding figures for 31st March 2022 were restated as a result of an error in the financial statements of the entity at and for the year ended 31st March 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Can we check if there are questions? But we also want to appreciate the implementation of the House resolutions. They are all implemented, and we are very happy. Thank you very much. Honorable Mavucha.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mavucha, a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, on no, it's not the first table. I think it's the second table. On the second table, under question C, can just start with the first table, the year 2016-17. It is a response by LTA that the reason why we encountered significant uncertainties was due to the fact that they had lawsuits from service providers and board members. I'm interested in board members. I'm interested, service providers will see them later, but now I'm interested in board members. I just want to know how much are these board members claiming? And then how do they get remunerated? Do they get remunerated every month, a board sitting, quarterly, or what? And then what was the total amount that they were claiming? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Honorable Maila.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chairperson. My question is going to be based on international tourist arrival and the increased number of domestic holiday trips. In fact, here I just want to know from the department that what are the places, the tourist places that are mostly favored by these international people. And one other thing is that maybe I can just make it as a request to MEC, because we really need these tourist places. But when you check, like in the district, you will only find zero. Like where I am coming from, we do not have tourist places. I don't know whether it is your prerogative to make sure that the tourist places are being created into that particular district so that people can be attractive. And also, another thing is that it can also generate the economy of the district. But when we check in the district where I am coming from, really it's very poor. I don't even find one. So I'm just making a request so that maybe you can look at these places to create more so that people can actually visit that particular places. That's what I request. I think, yeah, just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Tata Mahasala.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Caroline Mantata Masela. Mine is just a comment. Just want to applaud the LTA, what the good work that they're doing, and the root causes that they took care of, and we find that they also take care of their controls. So what maybe we'll ask them is to assist assist the other departments or the other entities, encourage them to do what we are doing, show them how to do things, and then you must also do the benchmarking, go out and also, add the value of what we are doing. I think that's what I wanted to.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nempumuluni.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Honorable Nempumuluni Tamrin Colbert. Let me congratulate the board for doing a very good job. And if we have entities like this in the province, I think we will do better. But however, I just want to ask on the resuscitation of the tourist attraction centers, whether you have in place a plan to resuscitate the places like Pepu Resort, like Chipise, Sagore, like Manyeleti, and so on. During the olden days, those were the bigger attraction for tourists. So while you are doing well, I have no doubt that if you have a plan that you can also attract investors to resuscitate those tourist attractions. So do you have a plan to resuscitate them? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. MEC?
Thank you very much. Firstly, we appreciate the recognition of the work that has been done with the LTA. I'll just touch some few items and allow the HOD, CEO, and Chair to come on the others. The area where I'll touch is the area around Skukune district. CEO, I know I've been to Skukune district. There is a very special tourist project that we do in Skukune district. You will elaborate on it. I was there, where international tourists blend with the community. They don't visit a site. They go straight to the community, and during December holiday, they are booked, fully booked. It's like I'm an international tourist. I visit the chairperson's house, and I stay there during those holidays, and they blend. It's happening in Skukune district, and during December, they were fully booked, if I'm not mistaken. The CEO will expatiate on that. We also have Vavina Nuku, that flower that they have there in Skukune, which is also one of the key tourist destination, and many other tourist destinations. But the CEO should expatiate on that, so that honorable members are aware of what international tourists come and visit our province for, and what they like, so that in their own right they can also promote those destinations. The tourist attraction from LEDET side, the role of LTA is to promote what what we put, we offer them. We offer them tourist destination, and their responsibility is to promote them. We are resuscitating all the tourist destination, as you put it, Honorable Nempumburuni, Limpopo Resort. We are partnering with different, there are investors who are interested in those entities, and we are partnering with them, Chairperson, to ensure that they can resuscitate all of them, all of them, because it will require private-public partnership. If we are to rely on government resources to resuscitate them, it might take us long time. For example, you find that in a year, Treasury only budget us maybe 30 million or 20-something million to try and work out all those. But what we are doing from the department side is that when we do investment conference, we also showcase the tourist destination. We are very lucky as a province with natural resources. What we need to do is just to promote them, allow investors to come in. All these areas that you have identified, Honorable Mempumbulumi, there are investors who are ready to come. And we must just put an environment where we allow them to come and partner with us as government. And then LTA will then promote all of them. But I will start with the CEO there and then come to the chair. If there are any responses, and HOD, and then the chair will then do final remarks. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC. My name is Moses Ngoveni, the CEO of Limpopo Tourism Agency. Indeed, on the tourist attractions for Skukune, it's an area that has become a jewel. It's just that the integration moves so slow in terms of awareness on the areas. Skukune boasts one of the unique international icon called the Tufa Rock in the village, and that area connects Mpumalanga and Limpopo. We also have the shoe. It's just that people, because of the new demarcations, they do not understand where Limpopo ends and where Mpumalanga starts. So you're on that route of Stradom Tunnel. It's Limpopo and the other side is Mpumalanga. But in Limpopo, we have got various attractions that we are promoting. Honorable MEC launched the summer campaign in Skukune. And because Skukune during November, December, around Luulu and also Rosenega, we have got a unique flower that grows in that area, and it flowers during that time. So we've got a big festival that we call the Yellow Aram League, Honorable Chair and members. You know, people come from various areas because those unique flowers, they only grow in that area, in the whole of Limpopo. You don't get them anywhere. And during that time, there used to be a festival which was no longer working, but through the department and ourselves, it has been resuscitated. And we are busy regrowing it in that area which has been left by miners in Rosenega. But as I indicated, the attractions of your chart, which we have there, and Skukune also hosts biggest events, you know, that attract people. Actually, the numbers that we get in December in Limpopo, they come from Skukune. Although there have been competition with your Mapungupe events and also your Tawela FM gospel events, which also attract a lot of tourists during that time. But Skukune hosts two unique events. I'm not sure, Honorable Chair and members are aware of the Makarapa event, which happens just before year end. And it takes place in Skukune. Honorable MEC was there you'll see the numbers, and it's people that are coming from outside Limpopo, you know, coming to have a celebration in that area. And it happens, you know, it coincides with the yellow aram lily. So we take people to those unique mountains of Luwulu because we create a lot of packages that we sell during that time. So what we have done as Limpopo, every time Honorable MEC and the chairperson launches a campaign, we also put those packages on our website, encourage tour operators, you know, to help us. And Skukun is giving us, you know, a lot of numbers because of the ease access between Limpopo and Mpumalanga. So, Honorable MEC, we can submit the statistics that we have for the period to the Honorable House if it's required. I think the issue of resuscitation of tourist sites, as Honorable MEC indicated, HOD will indicate because there is a good plan that is in place that the department is putting. The issue of the claims by the board, there was a misunderstanding because board members wanted to be compensated more money. And at that time, the Honorable MEC then indicated that you cannot get more than what has been stipulated. So, and it coincided with the time period of the then board also coming to a lapse. And then that's when they raised that issue through the courts. But the matter was later withdrawn because there was no facts, you know, to substantiate. So, however, that's where the AG found us wanting then, but we did not pay money. And that amount was, in 2017, it was 13 million that they were claiming, which later became 15,847,000. But the entity did not pay that money. The case was withdrawn with the courts. Honorable MEC, thanks.
Thank you very much. My name is Matozera Tumbo. I am the head of the department for LEDET. I will respond to the questions on the resuscitation of tourism attraction facilities and concentrate on those ones that were asked. Some of these resorts, even though they were previously owned by government, they are now private. For example, Chipise is privately owned, and Manyeleti belongs to the government of Mpumalanga. So what the provincial government has is that out of the 43 resorts that we call them Limpopo Wildlife Resort, that are co-owned by the provincial government through LEDET and communities through the memorandums of ownership. We had, for the years, struggled in terms of the budget to resuscitate or refurbish all of them at once. So if you look at the budget year on year that we get from Treasury, in the past it has averaged 25 million for us to prioritize the resuscitation. Now it has even declined. So the provincial government then developed a policy called the commercialization policy for the resorts. And there are resorts that are prioritized. The current one that are prioritized in phase 1 are 7. What we intend to do is that we are attracting the private sector so that they can invest in the hospitality within these resorts, whereas the flora and fauna is still regulated by the department. And this is seen as part of the resuscitation. And there are investors that we are talking to who are very much interested in various resorts. And very soon we'll be announcing where they have successfully bidded to resuscitate these resorts. The one, for example, in Limpopo Resort, during 2019 to 2020, there was some floods that damaged the resource. The conditional assessment by Public Works put the value at around 34 million. So we are still asking Treasury to fund it. But what I'm trying to demonstrate is that indeed there is an intention by government to resuscitate this resource. The budget is not enough. We came with a policy to get the private sector so that they can be able to get in the resort, to get concession for them to build the hospitality facilities. And I think that it will gain momentum in the next years. Thank you very much.
That's our response, Chairperson.
Is it a follow-up?
Follow-up, yeah.
Thank you very much. And Nempumpuleni or Pumpuleni?
Thanks, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabocha, a member of Scopa. Chair, I'm going to speak on two things. One is Makarapa, that was mentioned by the CEO. Chair, I heard the CEO saying that he took the MEC, was part of the festival. We just want to check, is LTA really making a contribution towards the success of such programs? Because we know there are a lot of things that are really required to make that event successful and to ensure that this event really attracts people from far and near. So we don't just want you to tell us that you attended, we also attended, but we want to know that is something tangible that you have done to contribute towards the success of this event of this magnitude. I'm glad you mentioned that it's able to pull people from far and near. The last one is on the board fees. Chairperson, you'll agree with me that we don't, this amount that was claimed, if it was at some other entity, it was supposed to be paid. And we'll be talking something now, we're supposed to be chasing board members now, or are they resigned? There's nothing we can do. So, Chair, we need to be clear on this board fees. There needs to be a guidance so that no one is found wanting. People must not join boards thinking that it's an easy way to make money. You go to work once in a month and you invoice, you send a bill of 50,000. So it must be clear, Chair. People must not abuse the public purse. MEC, I'm requesting you to develop very clear terms for board members, outlining their term of office as to how many one can assume office, and it must be clear so that someone must not go and serve a particular term and then after that term lapses, there's a new MEC, extends, and then it says no, but this term, it must be clear. Number two, the remuneration of board members needs to be clear so that we don't encounter such a similar occurrence that happened in this case. They must know we are being paid this much. They must not take chances even in future. We don't want chance takers. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumpuleni Tambereni Colbert. I just want to make an input on the resuscitation of those attraction destination. I request the department to do an oversight on some of those attraction destination. You see, as we are speaking now, if you look at the Chipese Chasagore, there's no fence. Goat, donkeys, cows, they just go. Everything has been vandalized. And if my memory is not deceiving me, I've heard the HOD saying there is a is privately owned. And I don't know whether when, but the way it now, the current status now does not even suggest that there's anybody who is monitoring or even do anything, even a single security. Everything is just in disarray. And then the other thing, my input, which need not maybe to be responded, is that when you give these investors, just check their capability. Because I may say I have an access to an individual and are given the ownership of those places, and then you see the individual is doing absolutely nothing. What I know is that somebody was leasing there, and he was even unable to buy a tissue and so on 10 years ago, but for now it's just in a state of disarray, which you can't even believe that it was belonging to the government. So I'm requesting the department to do an oversight visit so that you take an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Honorable Mabucha, on the issue of boards, can we defer it to the next meeting, one leader, so that so that when the MEC responds to this question, it will be not only talking to one entity, we'll be talking to all the entities. And maybe just to make an input on LTA. I'm worried about the marketing strategies, because indeed in the province there are so many places that we can develop, that we can be able to attract tourists. Like, if I need to be honest, Honorable Mabucha, it's for the first time that I hear about Makarap. I don't know what type of an event is that. So, and my understanding is, even if maybe that event it may not suit me, but at least I would have heard about that there is that event, but that one is for young people or for girls or for boys, but at least just to hear about it. So, which says our marketing strategy may need to be strengthened. The other thing is that we partner with other departments. We make a research. For example, few people would know that in the province we have a protea, a national flower. Very few people know that. There is a protea cynorite, which is a national flower, just somewhere in Kamarawamankweng, Mopani, and somewhere when you approach after Mudimol, there is a and you see, so that is an avenue that you can exploit, that can attract, and maybe even assist people to develop those areas, farm with that particular flower, like the aram lily. These flowers have very significant role that they can play in the economy. So we can exploit such natural resources that were provided freely by God and make sure that they benefit the people. So I just wanted to raise the issue of marketing. Let's find a way of marketing all those places. Of course, with the assistance of the department, but it is I think it's your sole mandate to market these economic areas that can give value to the poor people. Honorable Masheta.
Thanks very much, Masheta Pesi, member of this committee. As much as I agree with the matter that it must be deferred, but it might suggest as if there was nothing to regulate what was happening. And I think with the presence of the people who are here, they could be able to provide information so that we know as to what was happening, because there will be no basis that you can appoint the board and that board is just nominated on the basis of common sense. There must be something that was there. So as much as I agree with that the matter be deferred, but for the purposes of this session, that information be provided as to what was happening and so on, in terms of, because there should be a rate Whether that was determined by the board or what, that information you could be able to provide us. Hence, we will then at that particular time be able to deal with the matter as suggested, which I agree. But for now, I think that information we have.
Honorable Smart, thank you. Honorable Machete.
Chairperson, just a comment. First of all, salaries of all board members are being regulated and are being gazetted on an annual basis. And there are a minimum and a higher standard that you can go in. You can't go out of it. If you go out of it, it will show irregular expenditure by the AG. Full stop. No matter what the board wants, no matter what the executive authority wants, doesn't matter. That's how it is. Short and sweet. So the board or the CEO is very right, or the executive authority is very right to say, even if the board member says, I want to have more, and even if they want to dispute it, it gets paid what has been gazetted, and that's where it is. If you go above that, you will find yourself in hot water. Secondly, just from a marketing strategy point of view, and we speak about issues, and I want to agree with the MEC. If we're not going to bring in the private sector, there will be we will miss a lot of opportunities for our people. And there are other countries that are within the tourism industry is about 35% of their GDP against the tourist industry. And I would want to see at one point that LTA start making presentations to its portfolio committee around how do we enhance the electronic space and the people that are responsible in that place, in that room, that we rather from a departmental point of view support that space more, because that's where we sell, that is where we bring in other partners, and the linking with the 43 reserves that we've got. Yes, phase 1 talks about 7, but tourism is not just, let's call it, come and stay and see places. Tourism is being connected to sports activities, connecting to agricultural and cultural heritage sites of it. And there are international role players and South African listed companies that place in that market, that encapsulate in those markets. And I do sometimes think that we sometimes miss things. I want to give you an example, MEC. We've got Doornfontein Dam, or dam. And it's a long stretch, that big dam. Beautiful place, beautiful nature reserve there in the waterberg. But if you think of international sporting activities that you can do on the dam itself, on that space, with SA Sports, the collaboration needs to go a little bit further, MEC. Yeah. And that talks towards the plan, but it's not for today's meeting. But I'm just saying, those are some of my inputs, and I will give one good comment to say that that if I read the AG reports on LTA, it's commendable, and it talks about good, strong, sustainable leadership in LTA with the oversight of leader. I'm not one that really wants to speak when it goes good, but I will say that today that a few adjustments, we will be back to a clean audit. I'm convinced of it. I am convinced of it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Emerson.
Thank you very much. I think on remuneration policy, the HOD will respond. And Chipisa is unfortunate. Honorable Member is not here. We are trying our best to attract private capital into, even on Chipisa, there are people who are interested, even though it is not on our register. It's a community project. I think it's in the register of the municipality, if I'm not mistaken, HOD. But the interest, because our role as LEDET is to attract investors. We're attracting investors also to go to that area, and there are people who have got interest. As soon as they have pledged and declared, we can be able to come and update the committee. There are people who are interested because it's a very good area of attraction with the hot water and everything. And all of them, those that have been identified for commercialization, we are dealing with that. I think we are working towards assisting LTA on upping its game on marketing strategy, so that we market our province very well, and they are coming on board. We are working very well in that regard. I should think there are areas where we can improve. We must acknowledge, because there are areas that are not known by if an event like Makarapa is not known by Honorable Maila, who comes from that side, it means we must do something to market so that he can be part of that Makarapa event in the next financial year. CEO, we do market all our events, your Marula, whatever, all of them. But you might find that some of the events have got high marketing than others. Yes. I think we should just improve on them, so that the way we market Marula, it must also be the way we market the Aram Lily and the Makarapa thing, so that they are at the same level. We have got good cooperation with our community radios and SABC combo in the province, and we assist one another in that regard. But we acknowledge that we must improve. HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Let me see. My name is Matozera Tumbo. I'm the head of department for LEDET. Earlier, when the CEO of LTA was responding to Honorable Maile about the tourism facilities and missions of attraction, I forgot to mention that besides the activities, we also have 3 reserves that are owned by government in Sikukulu, which is Gainsdry, Butlako, and Mantrombi, the nature reserves, that are also attracting a lot of tourists in terms of their interest in flora and fauna. Just to add in what the Honorable MEC says around Chipisa, it is owned by the Chipisa community, but we, as he has requested, we will do the site visit and we will engage the Tourism Association and the municipality with the aim of how can we collaborate to improve on it. In terms of the boards, the Limpopo provincial government last year approved the Limpopo board remuneration policy, which now govern the remuneration in all our boards. In the past, the boards used to have their own remuneration policies. They have now been collapsed. We now use this particular one, Limpopo board's remuneration policy. It describes how boards should be remunerated in terms of the categories, because they are not the same. You'll find that leader is upper than others in terms of the remuneration, and this remuneration structure is derived from the policies of DPE, Department of Public Enterprise, National Treasury. So when we advertise these boards, we do mention that we we subscribe to that in terms of remuneration. And even so, when the boards are appointed, in the appointment letter, we do indicate where they will derive their remuneration. So it's very, very clear. Any other way is just a deviation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think all the questions have been responded to. Can we agree that we've done justice to question 1 and we move to question 2? Honorable Mabucha, can you take us through question 2?
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabocha. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Question 2 is on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Executing Authority. On page 86 of the entity's annual report, there is no fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in the current financial year. However, an amount of 369,000 fruitless and wasteful expenditure from the previous years has not been cleared. A. Why did the Accounting Authority fail to investigate fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in the previous financial year? B. Provide a breakdown of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. C. How much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the entity recover from the officials responsible? D. Who are the responsible officials? E. What action did the Executing Authority take against the Accounting Authority? F. What action did the Accounting Authority take against the Chief Executive Officer, Chief Financial Officer, and other responsible officials? G. What measures did the Accounting Authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabucha. MEC?
MEC, thank you, Chairperson of the committee. My name is Andrew Dipila, the Chairperson of the board. The response is as follows. The Accounting Authority has investigated the alleged fruitless and wasteful expenditure since it was a quader matter, the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Disease Act, that involved an official who was injured whilst on duty. See herewith attached an extract of the findings from the investigation for your ease of reference, named Annexure 4 on page 33 to page 39, which is an extract on the findings of the investigation report. The Auditor General South Africa and management ultimately agreed that the said employee was entitled to the salary because the injury happened at work, and the matter was duly reported to the Department of Employment and Labour as guided by COID Act. During 2023-23, the Auditor General South Africa agreed with management that the expenditure for 22-23 financial year should not be disclosed as fruitless and wasteful expenditure until the Department of Employment and Labour finalized the process of adjudicating the matter. The matter was duly adjudicated and finalized by the Department of Employment and Labour. The entity was reimbursed with a total of 543,000 on the 9th October 2023. That is the salary payment and medical expenses reimbursement. See attached for your easy reference, proof of payment in the form of the remittance advice, named Annexure 5 on pages 40 to 41, and the bank statement named Annexure 6 on pages 42. B. Provide a breakdown of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The answer is as follows. The said expenditure is related to one transaction as follows. 2020-21 salary related to payment 12 months of 491,770. The medical expenses being 15,550, totaling 507,320. Less amount recovered of medical expenses being 15,550, less leave value of 123,000, and the balance thereof became 368,770. See attached for your easy of reference an extract from the financial statement 23-24, named Annexure 7 on page 43. How much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the entity recover from the officials responsible? The answer is as follows. There was no recovery due from any official as the expenditure was treated as a quader matter. The entity has recovered the whole amount initially declared as fruitless and wasteful. A total of 543,000 has been received from the Department of Employment and Labour on the 9th of October 2023. See attached for your ease of reference proof of payment in the form of a remittance advice named Annexure 5 on pages 40 to 41 and bank statement named Annexure 6 on page 42. Who are the responsible officials? The answer is no officials were found to be responsible because there was no element of negligence from the officials as the matter is related to injury on duty. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? The answer is no action was taken by the executing authority against the accounting authority because no one was responsible as the matter is related to injury on duty. F. What action did the accounting authority take against the CEO, CFO, and other responsible officials? The answer is no action was taken by the accounting authority against the CEO, CFO, and other officials as there was no element of wrongfulness against anyone. G. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Answer. The entity has, through the accounting authority, improved on its communication with the Auditor General of South Africa to avoid communication breakdown. The Risk and Audit Committee holds meetings with the Auditor General of South Africa on agreed to periods to clarify all matters which may require attention by both parties for purpose of consensus-seeking process. A copy of the agenda of one of the meetings with the Auditor General of South Africa is hereby attached for your ease of reference, named as Annexure 8 on page 44. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Colleagues, honorable members, are there questions on this one? Because I think it was complied and in terms of the regulations is okay. Honorable Machete.
No, Machete Pesi, member of the committee. Just for clarity, because any employee that gets injured at work, there's a relationship between the employer and the employee. And what we are saying here is that there was no action taken on the basis that there was an injury on duty. But the question that arises could be whether that injury was as a result of a negligence on the part of the employee, or it was as a result of the fact that there may be tools of trade that should have been provided to him, which has not been provided. Perhaps in this case, if it was provided, it would mean it would not have been used properly. So I had thought that even if you are saying there was no action that was taken, but this employee still belongs to an employee, and therefore that information must then be clear in terms of what happened. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. MEC?
Thank you very much, MEC Matibe, LEDET, CEO.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair and members. My name is Moses Ngoweni, the CEO of Limpopo Tourism Agency. What had happened, which we detailed also on the investigation report, is that there was an employee who was a supervisor to the one who was injured, and he had a mental issue. So what has happened is the junior official had this boss talking alone and very angry after having had a conversation with someone on the phone. So and he was even banging the tables to show that he was angry after that phone call, but this time he was talking alone. So that scared the junior official. So as the junior official wanted to get cover coming out of the office, the person who was also sick came out of the office and they met on the passage. So in trying to run for cover into another office, that's when she got injured. So that's what happened. And unfortunately, it happened before COVID. The matter was reported, adjudicated by the Department of Employment and Labor as a COIDA matter. However, they take time because they need to get reports from the psychologists, reports from the doctors, and they take time. Actually, it's stipulated on the COID Act that a matter that has been reported and admitted, it's given a period of 24 months to treat it, because they know this kind of issues, they take time. You have to go through psychologists, they must check and examine and write reports and bring to the doctors look at it and all of, so that's what happened. So that's why when we investigated, you could not hold anyone responsible. The official that was injured, it was real at the time, and that was confirmed by the reports from the psychologists and the doctors. So that's what happened, Honorable Chair. But we submitted this report with all the proper investigations that have been done. It was adjudicated by the Department of Labor and Employment and found that it falls within the prescribed of the law. Hence, they adjudicated and paid back the entity, everything in full. Thanks very much.
Okay, I hope you are answered, Honorable Macheta. Indeed, as an oversight structure, what is more important is whether the correct procedure and law was followed.
Yes.
And on injury of duty, we know that there are prescribed laws and legislation like COIDA. And then if they have gone through that, and the company could, the institution did not lose anything, because they must also be complied to that act in terms of payment of the levy and what.
Yes.
So that is where an employee can be covered. If there are no questions on question 2, can you go to question 3? Honorable Macheta.
Thank you very much. One question, Macheta Percy, a member of this committee. On question 3, significance and uncertainties. Executing authority in paragraph 6 of the Auditor General's report, the AG reports that the entity is currently involved in litigation with some employees. The entity also received a claim from the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism. The ultimate outcome of these matters cannot presently be determined, and no provision for any liability that may result has been made in the financial statements. 3A, why did the entity fail to provide liability for all the litigation that may arise in the financial statement? B, provide a detailed description of the litigation in the entity. That's all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Macheta. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. MEC Matibe LEDET, I'll request the Chairperson to respond to the question.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson of the committee. My name is Andrew Dupila, the Chairperson of the Board of Limpopo Tourism Agency. The responses are as follows. Why did the entity fail to provide liability for all the litigation that may arise in the financial statement? The answer is as follows. The entity did not fail to provide liability for all litigation that may arise in the financial statement because of the following reasons. The litigation with some employees does not involve a dispute sounding in money, but a declaration of law. That is labor law, which the labor court must make a pronouncement on. See herewith attached for your ease of reference referral notice detailing the prayer from the applicants named Annex 9 on page 45 to 48. pertaining to the purported claim by LEDET as of the end of the financial year 22-23 was a subject of engagement between the two parties, namely LEDET and LTA, hence no provision for liability could be made. The entity's litigation monitor is hereby attached for your ease of reference, named Annexure 10 on page 49, with only one matter, Ratlabala, and 4 others vis-a-vis LTA, which is still at the CCMA. As the matter of LEDET was factually a claim, a subsequent to financial year end 31st March 2024, before signing off of the annual financial statement, the matter was concluded between the two parties. See attached herewith for your ease of reference an extract from the annual report of 23-24, note 30, named Annexure 11 on page 50, which removed the contingent liability from the entity's books. Provide a detailed description of the litigations in the entity. The answer: the entities at the 22-23 financial year end had only one litigation matter currently before the Labour Court as Limpopo Tourism Agency versus Mukhadi Ratlabala and 4 others. The case number thereof is JR 559/2020. See herewith attached for your ease of reference the litigation monitor for 22-23 financial year, named Annexure 10 on page 49. The case is before the Labour Court in Braamfontein, Gauteng Province, following a review application filed by the affected employees against the CCMA's award, which was issued in favor of the employer, which is the entity, during the 6th February 2020. See herewith attached for your ease of reference the arbitration award, named Annexure 12 on page 51 to 60. The CCMA award was to the effect that the employees failed to adduce evidence that the employer committed unfair labor practice during their organizational restructuring, which was informed by EXCO resolution number 7 of 1516, attached here to for your ease of reference, named Annexure 13 on page 61. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a question? I think it's clear.
Yeah, clear and straightforward.
Let's go to question 4.
Question 4.
Question 4.
I will take it. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Limpopo Tourism Colbert. That is question 4, budget differences. Executing authority on paragraph 7 of the Auditor General's report. The AG reports that the entity materially underspent on the earmarked funding allocation received by 2,596 million. Why did the entity underspend the earmarked funding by 2,596,000, 12% for Limpopo Premier Soccer League clubs? Number B, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? D, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? Number last, which measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomalies? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Emerson?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I remain Mati Beshtereke, MEC LEDET. I'll request the Chair to respond to the question by the committee.
Thank you, MEC. Thank you, Chairperson of the committee. My name is Andrew Dipela, the Chairperson of the Limpopo Tourism Agency. In response to question 4, this is what we have written to you. A, why did the entity underspend the earmarked funding by 2.5, which is 12% for the Limpopo Premier Soccer League clubs? The answer: the underspending has in the main been attributed to the 2 million which was earmarked for the Limpopo-based teams which were participating then in the DSTV Premier Soccer League. The entity's mandate is destination marketing. It embarks on various marketing activities, including sports tourism. There is a board resolution that directs that the entity will collaborate with any of the Limpopo-based teams plying their trade in the Premier Soccer League, and the entity was to collaborate with the two teams at 2 million rand, with each getting 1 million rand. See here with attached for your ease of reference the board resolution named Annexure 14 on page 62. As a compliance process, the entity then verified the tax compliance status of the two teams before effecting any payment. Unfortunately, both teams were found not tax compliant, hence the necessity to revert the money to the provincial treasury. B. Who are the responsible officials? Answer. No official was found responsible for the underspending. C. What action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? The answer. No action was taken against any official by the accounting authority, as the matter was a non-compliance on the part of the clubs. D. What action did the executive authority take against the accounting authority? The answer. No action was taken by the executive authority against the accounting authority, as the matter was a non-compliance on the part of the clubs. E. Which measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomalies? The answer is, the entity has put measures in place to have constant engagement with clubs, to plead and advise on the need to be tax compliant, as this is a statutory requirement. See herewith, for your ease of reference, communication to the teams. At that time it was Kukune United FC and Marumo Gallants FC, named Annexure 15 and 16 respectively, on pages 63 and 64. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see members want to ask questions, but maybe before I note, I recognize you members. Just to check, I've seen on the annexure here where you have included the board decision on the meeting of 5 May 2017 to partner, that partnership agreements be concluded, and so with those teams that clubs in the province in the Premier Soccer League. My question would be, what informed the decision? What informed the decision to be only on soccer? Because I believe that sports, we've got different codes. Why only football? And I'm asking this because I know that there are also support programs in the Department of Sports where they are supporting different sporting codes. So what is the relationship between Limpopo Tourism Agency and sports in terms of supporting? Because in your site it's only football. And then how do you relate to sports in terms of achieving this? But what informs the decision from the board? I think that was what I wanted to ask. And then I've noted Honorable Mabucha and Honorable Nampuluni. These are the two hands that I've noted. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabucha, and I'm a member of Scopa. Chairperson, look, the board resolution, I think it's quite progressive, and indeed we need to see it extending to other fraternal fields. We have got many fields here that really need this assistance from the entity. However, I remember something, it's just that I'm not sure about my timelines, but I remember at some point Marumo Gallants and Polokwane municipality were fighting. Polokwane municipality was saying, Marumo, no, come, we'll give you the stadium for free. Marumo was like, no, we are not coming, we are going to to Masokolara. We are going to enter that space of Masokolara. So now, I'm just trying to understand the logic of us supporting Marumo, whereas Marumo has we understand the owners might be from our province. Now, when these teams' tax affairs are not in order, we understand that's not part of your business. But since you have got a resolution, why don't you at least try to look at other I don't know whether to say teams, if the teams are just two at the moment, and then there are other, like I mentioned, or there are other you are Makarapas there. You can say, no, since you are able to assist this ones, if this is the situation that we encounter, why don't we channel these resources somewhere where it can assist to promote the name of Limpopo? I'm saying this because, Chair, I know that there are various initiatives, even from, for example, the Sabayopa that brings a lot of people in the province during December, and I'm sure this one, Chair knows about it. And Honorable Mind. But, you know, having been a patron of such events, because they are the ones that keep us young people busy during the festive. Chair, I really, like, for example, I attended the previous one, and you know the complaints you get. Remember, we are politicians, Chair. The complaints we get, or no, these people are not assisting us. We are really pleading with you, MEC. Please put your hands and try to support all initiatives. Okay, yeah, initiatives that are aimed to promote the name of our province. Let us find ways and means to ensure that we support these initiatives. And then, lastly, Chair, I was supposed to say it earlier on that I'm a bit disappointed, and I think I said it again. I said it yesterday. That, Chair, we've invited a board of LTA, and up to so far, I think there are only 3 people. There are only 3 board members that are here. I'm not sure as to how many board members are there, but those people, can they please take us serious when we call them? Because tomorrow, the agency will be on autopilot. The management will be running the agency. The board will be found wanting. So please, next time when we call such a meeting, the board needs to respect us. We're not calling individuals within the board. We're calling the board. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think on that one, yes, yesterday we had apologies of the CEOs, those people who were supposed to be here. Remember, with the number of entities and subsidiaries, it was not possible to have all the board members. That is why there were specific numbers or specific positions that were invited. And indeed, you mentioned that we had about 4 of the board members who were supposed to be here who were not here. And then we really raised that disappointment. I'm not sure with LTA whether they've invited the whole board. I'm not sure. That one maybe Mr. Mkari will assist with it, because we had, it was not every board. Yeah, because the board may be 10 or 15, so we will always limit numbers in terms of the space. In fact, we would like every board member to be here, but because of the space, we said no. Let's only have those accounting positions, those who can account to be here. Others, we believe that they are on the other platforms doing, because it is also in their own interest to be part of this, either physically or otherwise. So we believe that indeed they are they are watching from their different things. And the other thing, Honorable Mabuja, that I want, as they are going to respond, that as much as they have agreed in the board on the resolution on the 2.5 million to assist the two teams, it is in their budget. And once they are disappointed because of the tax issues, there was no way they could just say immediately, we will take this direction, because it needed a lot of processes and procedures in terms of the law. So hence we said, why did they only look at these ones? I think if they can answer that, they can also cover what if we have got, we can be able to have an option of funding. Because if they say we are funding sports without being specific to teams of the PSL, that budget can be used for any other sport, because it wouldn't be specific. So I thought I should just indicate that, so that if I'm wrong when they are going to answer, they must also put it in correct perspective. Honorable Nempumbulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumbulu Ntisi. I have only two questions on that. First, let me commend the board for concluding the agreement with the PSL teams. Like any other province in the country, some of the provinces are even funding those teams. But I learned that because you are on a marketing aspect of the environment and promoting tourism, when those teams are playing, all the lodges and all the hotels are full. So it's just promoting a local economic development and so on. But however, while you are excelling in that, and in that year, I think you are concluding with the teams in Limpopo, and in that year, those teams were in Limpopo, and not only those teams, at that particular time, they were in Limpopo. Then, can you also extend maybe the scope so that promotion of local economic development be expanded? Like, say, when you look all these years, I'm happy the chairperson of the board has a very good, extensive background than myself in football fraternity. All the teams in Limpopo, which are supported, year in, year out, they are fighting relegation. And even now, we have a Bo Magesi. After doing wonders, now they are at the bottom of the log, the gallants and what. Can you, to sustain this marketing strategy, to sustain the tourism promotion, to assist them in terms of benchmarking with the other teams, that not in every year we just so can we also, in the name of marketing, in the name of promotion, local development, assist them in terms of capacitating them in terms of the management, so that we are not finding ourselves at the bottom of the log every year. And also, because you look at the event or the sport which are attracting more people, maybe also if you extend to, I don't know, to this first division, if they are there now, it's good. But my specific question is, Gallant was supposed to be given 1 million, Skukune was supposed to be given 1 million, but here on the question is the funding of 2.596 million. If I read the Skukune and the Gallants failed to register on the CSR, which is a very minor issue. Somebody should have tell them just to register, it's just 5 minutes. And then, but the budget here underspent is 2.596 million. Maybe I skipped somewhere, but 1 million for Skukune, 1 million for Gallant. I don't know about the 596,000. If I omit them, you will assist me because I'm growing up these days. The other one has already been indicated by the chairperson that we have also other sporting codes, but I don't know to what extent, which are attracting more people from all over to come to the province. But you see, is that we don't have money. Even the people at the semi-professional, if maybe you look at your own 5 districts, we have SAFA, they attract more people. They can pack Trando Stadium when they do playoffs and so on. People from other countries and so on, they come there. It's part of tourism promotion and all over. That if maybe Treasury can just hear us, and we are also assisting these associations because they can bring more people and even on the different tournaments. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I can see Honorable Maida.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. I'm Ismaila. Let me say, I don't know what extent of relationship between your department and the Department of Sports, because I really I am worried because there are emerging teams in the province, but those teams are not getting financial support, and they are struggling to get the resources. And these boys are playing football very well, but now I don't know what do they do, because they don't even know where they can get any information. When you go into the Department of Sports, you'll find that the department is really responsible for the big teams, and they ignore the small ones. Maybe there should be a plan about that. So what I'm requesting is that these kind of issues need to be taken into consideration when we are assisting the big teams. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, honorable members. And I think the basic issue here is that, especially on the decision of a board, that maybe we should have resolved on a principle other than just to say PSL teams. This was going to enable you to check during different seasons and do different activities, which ones can be elevated in terms of attracting or assisting in terms of attracting tourists. Because we should not lose focus about the entity here. It's just to promote tourism, other than to promote skills or to manage a team or to what. They just want to a situation where if the people are playing sports, for example, like Honorable Nambobula said, they are targeting where there can be many people, book hotels, buy, and all those things. I don't think their mandate is with regard to sustaining a team to be in the PSL, even though that is important, because the more years, or if it stays there, it means we will continue to have people coming around and playing and booking and all those things, and our economy can grow. So what I'm saying is that maybe when we take these decisions, Chairperson, we should just take them on principle, so that we are able to maneuver within that, so that if we see that this team does not qualify in terms of certain challenges, then we are able to go to look at other avenues that can sustain our mandate. But what I also wanted to check as the last thing is that this was taken in 2017. Are we continuing, besides the 2 teams that did not qualify, are we now busy with Womagezi and other teams? Are we still continue with this resolution. So thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much. I will request the CEO and HOD and Chair to respond to others. What I can indicate is that in the strategic session, I was there. I told them we need to focus on sports tourism. But sports tourism does not only speak to soccer, it speaks to other activities. I just gave them an example. What makes it difficult for us to request Amaboko Boko to come and play in Pitamka Stadium, as an example? We can look at rugby, we can look at other sports. You have got your motorsports, your Jeep, Zabo Honorable Mawoja and other young people. We can look at all those sports in totality, and I think they have put it in their own plan as an entity. But the reason why we had to go for the soccer team in the PSL, of course, our mandate, the mandate of the board is to promote tourism, which is easy to promote Limpopo, to market Limpopo on a platform of DSTV and PSL. It's very easy because in each and every game, Limpopo tourism and everything will be there. We're able to market it. They can be put on the commercials during the game. If you just get in there, that platform is big platform, and it also assists us that when these teams are playing, more especially here in Limpopo, all our stadiums are full. That is why you find other teams in the PSL whom we are not even funding, they want to come and play here. Your Kaizer Chiefs, your Supersport, and others, because the market is good also in terms of our people in the province loving soccer. But we said they must expand, look at other sporting activities, hosting other sporting activities, and promote our province in that regard. There is an area which is still a very difficult issue: tourism levy. We might be number one in the province, but we don't receive any remuneration in terms of tourism levy. It's an area that we are still looking at it. It's easy for municipalities to collaborate with teams because at a municipal level they're able to get a tourism levy. If we were, as the province, getting tourism levy, it was going to be easy for us to not to fund this 1 million, fund them. In my view, we must fund them more than the million that we are giving them to promote them. Not only soccer. We have got other rugby teams that are here in the province. We can promote them. The moment they come and play rugby here in Limpopo, all the hotels are full, and it assists us to create employment opportunities for our people. But otherwise, we are hard at work. There are specific persons which I will request the CEO to deal with them, and HOD, if there is anything, or Chair, to respond. CEO.
And Bafana Bafana and Lesotho is
coming.
going to play in, we got 2 weeks. So what is that what are you going to do maybe to get people coming, or what will be your role maybe in terms of what the MEC is saying, to say any sport that can assist to market the province?
Well, thank you. My name is Andrew Dipela. I'm the chairperson of the board of Limpopo Tourism Agency. Why the decision in 2017? It was taken in 2017 because we're just coming out of the EXCO decision that was creating a destination marketing organization as LTA and taking all other parks to LEDET. Therefore, you had an element of brand equity that you needed to improve. But also to then be able to go out there to showcase that the mandate of Limpopo Tourism Agency now is destination marketing. At that point, when we agreed on only the teams that were in the Premier Soccer League, it was because they gave us an advantage, one on radio exposure and television exposure, because the PSL had already taken a decision that all matches of all the 16 teams in the PSL are going to be shown live. So therefore, it was giving us a lot of eyeballs in terms of when the games were taking place here at home. Therefore, it meant that when we had two teams then playing at different days here at Limpopo, you're going to have a lot more of eyeballs when they will be watching the games on television and listening on radio. But also, the teams in the Premier Soccer Division is that they've got a greater number of fans, firstly of the home team and the visiting team, coming following their own team when they come and play in Pitamukaba Stadium. And therefore, it created a space for economic activity. Therefore, Mabala Baurekisha Kamontara Stadium, Baurekisha Dindipi, Barekisha Mahoba, Majwala, we're also benefiting out of that. But also the other issue why we needed to do that was that we had an agreement with the teams so that sports development benefits to say that whenever you as Sekhukhune United, you then receive the money from the public purse, you should then be able at different times in the most of the regions go out there and do sports development and send some of the professional players to go and be able to help with the talent identification, talent management, and also to then be able to talk to the young boys and girls who love football. But also, the agreement that we had with the teams was to also allow us to use their stars, because in a team there are those that perform better and there are others who even get far much media attraction than others, to have those that they then get to be taken to the different tourism products to showcase that when you come to Limpopo, except coming to the stadium, these are some of the tourism activities and experiences that you are able to get in Limpopo. So therefore, we thought that because there was a free mileage from the television exposure that the teams were getting as being in the PSA, that we were able to utilize that to our benefit. As it relates to the other issues of activities that takes place in the province, we try our level best to support that, and I think the CEO will explain to that, because every day in and out we receive a lot of requests. Come and help, come and help, come and help. But we then realize that let's have an organized mechanism of receiving the applications, assessing them, and being able to respond. So the CEO and his team have created that particular mechanism where they go out. I know now when we go into the new financial year, in April, they are able to take out an advert to say that those who are interested to host events and activities in Limpopo in all the 5 districts, it's your time now, come send those proposals, so that, because we don't want somebody to say, no, I want an event on the 15th of March when we don't have money. But we say when the new financial year begins, even when you are going to host it in December, let's be able to get your response now, and then if it fits into the mandate of LTA, then we are able to then provide the support that you might have requested. Sometimes it's not monetary support. It might be the help in terms of the marketing, in terms of the different platforms that we have, so that your event is well known and you get a better exposure, and therefore you can then get the revenue that comes in when people have come in. So that is how we have then sorted that. Therefore, in doing that, we picked up the same problem again, particularly with what Honorable Mabocha was raising, with the issue of Scopa. We've been supporting Scopa all the time, but this time they were caught back in a situation whereby when the documents were forwarded to be able to check what was the situation, there were things that were not positively giving them the outcome that they would have wanted. But the CEO had indicated to Scopa to say, we hope that in the coming year, please fix 1, 2, 3 so that when you still come back to Limpopo, because we still want you to come back to Limpopo again, you are able to deal with some of those things. The issue of capacity. We always try our level best that when we have meetings, when the CEO invites the teams, I have the benefit of being invited so that I can sit with the CEO and even the chairperson of marketing, that we can then engage with the teams as we go through the agreement that they have. But we have raised a lot more of suggestions to them. Remember, the teams are privately owned. Dipela, with his knowledge of football, can try to share with them, but when they live there, they think what Dipela was talking is nonsense. They are not going to deal up with it. I'll raise 3 issues that we have suggested to them, even all the time. The first thing was the issue of the double headers in the province. Remember now you have got 3 teams in the province. If each team plays Friday, Saturday, Sunday, who do you think is going to have all the money to come and watch all the 3 games to come to the province, to Pitamgaba Stadium? It's only going to be that support and that small support that we have. But if they would go to the Premier Soccer League and say that we want to do double headers, because that will help us as Limpopo Tourism Agency to say when we call people to come to the stadium, to say come and support the Limpopo teams against whichever team that they are supporting, they are playing against. We'll still get the same television exposure that we would have individually gone into, because both games will be live on television. But also the other issue, that of sustenance, was in terms of the quality of the technical teams they have. Whilst it's not our business, but when you sit back far from the maiden crowd and look at the type and quality of the technical teams that they have, with what those teams now that they are competing with, that they are pulling in, and that they are investing in the teams, it's going to be difficult. But remember, we still have to hold back again and say, it's still your business. We were just contributing to just say, you know what, look at these things, it will help you to deal with some of the things that we sorted out. Lastly, before I hand over to the CEO, it was the issue relating to the invitation. It was not all members of the board that were indicated that they should come, but what we then did was that we are 3 here. It is myself, I've brought in the deputy chairperson, but also I've requested the chairperson of the risk and audit of the board to also to be here, so that she can understand and have a grasp of the issues being raised here, so that when she goes back to the risk and audit meetings, she can then be able to follow up on some of the issues that we have been able to raise here. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair of Scopa, and Honorable members. My name is Moses Ngoweni, the CEO of Limpopo Tourism Agency. Yes, indeed, as indicated, we have got a process that we put together, and which also aligns with the expectation of the prescribed processes that needs to be followed when you procure services. Whether you have partnership, like with the decision that was taken by the board, for us to get that brand equity when they are having their 15 games that are played in the province, which also come with those spin-offs, you know, that comes with it. Besides television, you also have people that attend, and they also spend their money in the province where we derive economic benefits. So the teams were found not to be compliant, but they kept on saying they are fixing until it was late. And there's nothing that we can do ourselves as long as they are not compliant on the CSD. And that resulted in us not spending that 2 million. But it's not only the 2 million, because there is also the boards that we procure. Once we have agreed with them, we also procure the boards which are displayed every time there is a match. That's the brand equity that we are getting, and which gets televised. And I think every game, soccer game or any other sporting game, all the sponsors, they will display their brands there for brand equity. And we also do more, because now we also have an agreement with Polokwane municipality that every time there are these games, we collaborate. Hence, Honorable Chair, even the game of Bafana Bafana and Lesotho, it's as a result of the collaboration between the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, Office of the Premier, and Limpopo Tourism Agency. We are collaborating, all of us, together with Polokwane municipality, because Polokwane commit the venues, and ourselves we look at the tourism element and also the marketing. We've agreed on a plan. The Premier has already launched or did the announcement, which was held last week. And now what we are doing ourselves is just to do the promotion, so that we get people to come and people to know. And there are a lot of those biddings that we are going to do continuously. And it's the same that the chairperson has said. We have got a process. Now in February, we are issuing out an application request for everyone. We publish it on our social media platforms. We also use any platform where we go to say to the people of Limpopo, especially those that are involved in events, to say any event that you want to do, whatever time. Makarapa applied in April last year, and we said to them, we're going to partner with you, and we even identify the area that we are going to partner with them. And we do that in December. But it gives us an opportunity to allocate resources. So people don't come to us in November and say we've got an event in December. So that's what we do. We've got that mechanism that we are doing. The relationship is there between DSAC, LEDET, and also ourselves as a parastatal, and that also includes Polokwane municipality. Now and then we meet and discuss, especially on bidding events. But not only that, we also collaborate with other entities, even departments. Department of Agriculture is bidding for hosting the Agri Expo in March. Ourselves as a marketing entity, we partner with them for promotional purposes, because whosoever comes to the province will also benefit. Honorable MEC, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I hope that honorable members are answered. Is that a follow-up?
Right.
Is it? Okay, let's start with a new question. Honorable Antata Mahasana. Eh?
I wanted to take question number 5. I thought
Okay, no, there's still a hand for follow-up, and let it not be a
I
presentation.
just comment that my name is Limpopo TC. I just want to comment that indeed you are doing a very good job. I think if there is an entity which is just on the grassroots level, is your agency, and then by inviting the other sporting code and any other body in February, I think that's a good move. And I think some of us who are in these community structures will make people aware that when you are issuing your advertisement, they must try their luck. That you are doing a very good job. That's the area which I think I'm focusing most on, promoting those sporting codes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we're done with question number 4. Honorable Marasala, you're raising to ask question on question 5. Okay, can continue.
Thank
Question
you very
5,
much. My
which
name
is the last question.
Okay, last question. My name is Apodi Caroline Mtamasa. I'll be taking question number 5, which deals with internal control deficiencies. Executing authority or paragraph 83, the AG reports that management did not adequately exercise oversight responsibility regarding financial reporting, compliance, and related internal controls. Furthermore, in paragraph 34 of the AG's report, the AG reports that the entity did not establish an internal audit unit in the current year that provides an independent assessment of the entity's governance, risk management, internal control processes, and financial reporting to internal stakeholders. Question number A is, why did the accounting authority fail to adequately exercise oversight responsibility regarding financial reporting, compliance, and related internal controls? B says, why did the accounting authority fail to establish an internal audit unit in the current year to provide an independent assessment of the entity's governance, risk management, internal control processes, and financial reporting to external stakeholders? C, who are the responsible officials? D, what action did the accounting authority take against the officials responsible? E, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? F, which is the last one, which measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomalies? I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mantata Mahasela. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Matibeshtereke, MEC LEDET. I'll request the Chair to go through the response.
Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, my name is Andrew Dipila, the Chairperson of the Limpopo Tourism Agency. Our responses are as follows. Why did the accounting authority fail to adequately exercise oversight responsibility regarding financial reporting, compliance, and related internal controls? The answer, the accounting authority did not fail to adequately exercise oversight responsibility regarding financial reporting, compliance, and related internal control. It has, however, been established that the controls put in place by the accounting authority proved not to be sufficient, or we can say watertight. Why did the accounting authority fail to establish an internal unit in the current year to provide an independent assessment of the entity's governance, risk management, internal control process, and financial reporting to external stakeholders? The answer is follows. The entity did not have an in-house internal audit unit because of the non-compliance of the respondents to the bids. The entity outsources the services of internal audit in line with Treasury Regulation 27.2.4, which reads as follows. Quote, the internal audit function may, in accordance with preferred tendering procedures, be contracted out to an external institution with specialist audit expertise, provided that the external auditors may not perform the internal audit function. Close quote. The entity advertised the services of the internal audit services on the 29th January 2022, closing on 21st February 2022. See herewith attached for your ease of reference a copy of the advertisement named Annexure 17 on page 65 to 67. The entity re-advertised the services of the internal audit services on the 9th December 2022, closing 31st January 2023. See herewith attached for your ease of reference a copy of the second advertisement named Annexure 18 on page 68 to 70. Further, see herewith attached for your ease of reference a copy of the appointment letter named Annexure 19 on page 71 to 72. Who are the responsible officials? The answer is no official was found to be responsible. D. What action did the accounting authority take against the officials responsible? The answer is no action was taken by the accounting authority against any official. E. What action did the executive authority take against the accounting authority? The answer is no action was taken by the executing authority against the accounting authority. F. Which measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomalies? The entity has introduced compulsory briefing sessions where bidders are invited to be briefed on the expectations of the entity on filling in of the bids to avoid recurrence of the anomalies. See here with an extract of the compulsory briefing session attendance register named Annexure 20 on page 73 to 76. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions?
Unqualified audit.
There are no questions, and that was the last question. That was the last question. Yeah, in the history of this 7th administration Scopa hearings, we were able to finish within 2 hours. And that is when the answers are just very clear. We will not have so many follow-up questions, and we really appreciate how you responded to the Scopa questions. It really assisted us. So we have come to the end of all the questions like I've indicated, but the agenda, because the agenda is segment number 4.5, recommendations, comments by the AG. I'm not sure if we leave all these other items. Okay. No, it's fine because it's fine. We'll just go to the numbers 6, 7, 8, and 9, so that when we start with LEDET, we formally start as a department now. So we must not be excited and try to cut corners. I think with number 6, as and when we were interacting, some of them were recommendations, but we will formalize them in terms of the resolution when we are going to consolidate the Scopa report. If there will be resolution that will be forwarded for adoption to the House, we will do so. And we have number 7 as comment by the AGSA, followed by the Provincial Treasury, comment by the MEC way forward, and we formally close. So AGSA.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Daniel Chani, the Engagement Manager responsible for the audit of LTA. From me, not much, Chair, but I think, Chair, during the session, you have abundantly demonstrated that not getting a clean audit outcome is a costly exercise, because then they have to come here. But if they land on to that outcome, then next day they don't have to appear before you. So it gives them more reasons to make sure that they sustain this audit outcome. And I think they've realized that, because unlike other auditees, they don't wait for the audit period. Actually, as from November, I think, when we were busy with the municipalities, they've been itching to engage, to say, we don't want to wait for a March AG. Can we sit, to look at certain findings? Because even if an entity is clear, it doesn't mean that there were no findings at all. There were findings here and there, but they were not material. So they just want to be proactive to make sure that those minor findings they don't grow to become something material. I think I'd like to commend the entity for taking those initiatives. So I think we'll continue to engage. They are always willing to engage. Sometimes it becomes robust, I may say, but at the end of the day, you know, we find each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Provincial Treasurer. Assist here with the mic, please. MEC.
Thank you very much, Matibeshtereke, MEC LEDET. Firstly, we want to appreciate the engagement that we received today. I have been engaging LTA to say to them, we want them to maintain the clean audit. We have been having various engagements with the board and management. The reason is that, you know, I was here yesterday, I still have got problem children. So if one child is performing well, that child must relieve me of stress and continue. So LTA and LGB, I said to them, don't regress. Because if you regress, you are increasing the stress. For me, we are supporting them from leader side through our shareholder compact to ensure that they remain there at clean audit. What is good is that the board and management are on top of the situation and they are able to assist us in that regard. Before I can let them be released, I must indicate that we have got Marula Festival on the 1st because it's part of their marketing strategy, so that the committee must also know. We are promoting Marula, also promoting the province, because Marula is one of the fruit which is here. It must assist us to grow the economy while we enjoy the benefits of the Marula tree. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, MEC. We are on item number 10, which is the way forward, which I just want to take this opportunity to thank the MEC and your entourage, the board members, for preparing this presentation in a very user-friendly manner that makes work very easy for all of us. Like we've indicated, there were no major issues, and I think those which were raised in the form of follow-up questions were able to be clarified. Usually, we will indicate that if there are issues, we will need to get progress from the entity or from the department, where in our quarterly meetings, because as Scopa, we are going to have quarterly meetings, so that we are able to detect if there are some challenges in terms of implementing resolutions or recommendations that each and every entity or government the entity or the department has to implement, so that we help each other. But in this case, I don't see anything outstanding that will say during our quarterly meeting we will have to update on the progress of such issue. So it means you have passed, even when you are going to, unless if I'm missing as a particular issue which they need to update us. Those were just recommendations to say, look at other avenues to, like not only football, and look So that I think they will be able to do on their own as and when they look at the budget and their program. They must develop their own a strategy for marketing. It's not like those are outstanding, but it's just recommendation that to make them more effective and more to achieve more of their objectives, they have to develop those things. So, like I said you passed, and we don't say we will see you. We wish that we will not see you in the next hearing, because we said you must sustain that clean audit. So we are very happy, and we really appreciate your efforts, and we believe that working with you can also give certain strategies that the MEC can use to assist other children, so that they are also able. It's not like they were bad. It's that they are having a lot of work to do. If they can focus and if they can be assisted, they also have a potential to be good children. So without any waste of time, we want to appreciate MEC and your entourage, the AG, Provincial Treasury members, staff, for being here and for making sure that even when we said the file is okay, but we are able to come up with recommendation and ask further questions, so that the public can be able to get something out of this session, that indeed going forward there's a lot that LTA can do to the public in terms of marketing our economic activity, or able to pick up the potential economic sector or activity that can bring employment or opportunity to the people of Limpopo. So thank you very much. Yeah, in that case, we are on the last item, which is announcements and closure. We just want to say to LTA, don't go, there will be lunch. They're still finalizing. And we want to formally, before we even formally close this meeting, we're going to get into the next hearing, which is LEDET. So while we release the LTA, but the LEDET entourage will remain, and then we continue. I propose that we just start right away until lunch is ready. We will only break for lunch if they, or we can even finish before they say they are ready.
It's going to be very quick.
But this meeting is officially closed, and we are releasing the LTA. We are remaining with
Wait for us. Wait for lunch.
I've got so many things.
Wait for lunch. economic opportunities and through different agencies or entities, we are able to create employment and we are able to give our people opportunity to fight poverty, to fight unemployment, and to give them opportunity to have something through different agencies. As Scopa, we derive our mandate from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act number 106, Section 1142A and B, which stipulate that the provincial legislature must provide for the mechanism to ensure that all organs of the state in the province are accountable to it and play an oversight over the state institutions. It is for this reason that we are here as Scopa, and we have invited LEDET to come and ensure that our oversight will prove to the people of Limpopo that indeed LEDET is doing what is right in terms of their finances. We are also having the responsibility as Scopa to track the resolutions, the House resolutions, and ensure that they are implemented fully. And once the resolutions are implemented, we know that that gives us opportunity to achieve our objectives and also to strengthen the capacity of the department to discharge its function. And all those things can be done through performance planning, monitoring, and evaluation, which are very critical elements of the capable, ethical, and developmental state. We can further achieve through the strengthening of our internal audits of the department, and where there are deviations, appropriate actions should be taken, or consequence management should be instituted. We know that in some cases there are challenges of deviations from the legislation and a non-achievement or not achieving the prescribed or indicated targets. Those are some of the challenges that we have experienced, which in turn have an impact or a negative impact on service delivery. But we want to applaud MSC that after receiving your file, even though we are a little bit disappointed because we know that LEDET being a clean audit material, but you have regressed, and we hope that you will tell us how did it happen that from clean audit to unqualified with findings, how did it happen, and how are you able, or how are you having strategies to go back to where we want. In essence, if you haven't regressed, you're not supposed to be here today. You are here because you have regressed 2022, 2023, you got clean audit, and then you regress in 2023, 2024. Which we believe that indeed, we still believe that you have got capacity to remain as a clean audit department. And we believe that you can do all that you can do to ensure that you go back to that particular thing. But firstly, we just, like we've indicated in the previous sitting, that having other entities, you must be able to assist them so that they get out of the situation, and in particular LEDET and its subsidiaries, where they got, some of them got qualified, some the new era, a disclaimer, and all those things. So we believe that if you have the capacity, or if the department have the capacity to get clean audit, even if you are regressed, but you can still assist the entities to improve their audit outcomes, and also to improve in terms of the performance, and to implement or to do or to achieve their mandate of ensuring that the economic activities in the country, in the province are implemented, or they create those opportunities for our people in the province. So with LEDET today, we are going to receive the report from 2023-2024 financial year. It's only one financial year because the other financial year they got a clean audit. Maybe MEC, I just want to check if you are aware of the file that we are having. Is it the file of the department?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Matibestareke Baldwin, MEC LEDET. I'm very much aware.
Thank you very much. Just want to say there is an item on introductions. As much as we are going to introduce ourselves, we are going to request all the speakers, when you respond or when you ask a question, you must introduce yourself for the purpose of recording, for the benefit of those who are watching from different platforms, so that they are able to know who is responding. Even if you are going to respond or going to talk 10 times, it means you will call your name 10 times. The other thing is that we are going to ask questions, that the panel will, or the members will ask questions, and then thereafter you're given chance to respond. And then after responding, if they feel that there are follow-up questions, they'll be given an opportunity and also answer or interact with them in terms of their follow-up questions. So I think without any waste of time, let's just go straight to the introductions. We start with the members of the Public Accounts Committee, starting with myself. I am Esther Mokwele, the chairperson of Scopa. Thank you very much. And
Good,
then
good afternoon again, Honorable MEC. My name is Jacques Smaller. I'm a member of this portfolio.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabocha, and I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Machete Pesi, member of this committee.
Masiari, Nempumurun Tambelen Corbett, Muradoa Committee. Yes,
Good afternoon, Chairperson and MEC, and everyone in the House. My name is Owodin Smaila, member of SCOPA.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, colleagues, MTC and Ms. Edward. My name is Mafodi Caroline Matatamase. I'm the member of this committee.
thank you very much, members. We'll request the staff to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Mafichi Kwena, I'm the committee coordinator for LEDET.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Katuchero Nerueni, the researcher for the portfolio committee.
Thanks, Chair. I'm Honorable Sloan of Communication Services.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mutumela Mlekeniza, the researcher for school.
Thank you, Chair. Solomon, Communication Services.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Musia Mudiva, Committee Coordinator assisting with LEDET.
Demasiar. My name is Marabim Kondeleli, Committee Coordinator for LEDET.
Good afternoon, Mawala Chizive Communication Services.
Good afternoon, Nape Manaka from IT Services.
Thank you very much, staff. AG.
Hi, my name is Iqbal. I'm from AGSA.
Provincial Treasurer. Oh, sorry, AG. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair, members, MEC, and your team. My name is Karin Rivier from the AG's office.
Okay, Provincial Treasurer.
Good afternoon, I'm Pusha Semenya, Provincial Accountant General, Limpopo Provincial Treasurer.
Thank you very much. MEC, any introduction?
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members of the Standing Committee. My name is Matthew Baldwin, MEC LEDET. I'll allow the team to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, the honorable members of Scopa, the MEC. My name is Matozera Tungu. I'm the head of department for LEDET.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members and MEC. My name is Tikeledi Mutapa, the CFO of LEDET.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, MEC and colleagues. My name is Elias Mugari, Chief Director for Corporate Services for LEDET.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Dinyuko Malungani, the Acting Deputy Director General for Environment and Tourism, LEDET. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members. MEC or protocol observed. My name is Maria Masemola. I'm the Chief Director for Enterprise Development and Economic Empowerment at LEDET. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Honorable MEC, HOD and members. My name is Molatelo Talan. I'm the Acting Chief Director for Trade and Sector Development in LEDET.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC, HOD colleagues. My name is Mafun Kose. I'm the Chief Director for Integrated Environmental Management. Thank you.
Simon, Parliamentary Officer.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and all observed. My name is Deborah Wanyane. I'm HOD Support Staff.
Yeah, thank you very much. On apologies, we from the committee we have an apology of Honorable Majomani. She was here with us and due to not feeling well, she has been recused. We also have the apology of Honorable Mapodo, Honorable Sibupela. Yeah, I think those are the apologies from our committee. Are they apologies from your side?
Thank you very much. Those who are supposed to be here are all here. We are a full complement.
Okay, thank you very much. So it means we go straight to item number 4, which is questions and responses on the 2023-2024 financial year. I am going to ask honorable members to lead us with those questions. Honorable Smile.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Question 1 relates to resolution status and the regression in the audit outcome. Executing authority, the committee has noted that the department has not implemented the House resolution from the financial years 2014-15 to 21-22 financial years. Executing authority, Limpopo Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism has regressed from unqualified audit opinion with no matters to emphasis clean audit from the financial years 2020-21 to 2022-23 to unqualified audit opinions with matters of emphasis in the year 23-24 financial year. A, provide the current status on the implementation of the House resolutions from 2014-15 to 2021-22 financial year. Why did the member of the Executive Council fail to implement all the House resolutions? C, why did the department audit outcomes regress? D, what measures did the accounting officer implement to prevent the regressions in the audit outcomes? That's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Emerson?
Thank you very much, Madam Baldwin, MEC LEDET. I'll request the HOD to go through the responses to the comment.
Thank you very much, Chair and Honorable MEC. My name is Matozera Trungu. I'll respond to the question A, provide the current status of implementation of the House resolutions from financial year 2014-15 to 2021-22. The next pages, 6 pages from 4 to 10, depicts the progress that we have made in terms of the implementation of the House resolutions and those that are still outstanding. If I go to page 4, which is the immediate next page, starting from financial year 2014-15, we have a total number of House resolutions, which was 7. All of them were resolved. 2015-16, total number of House resolutions, there were 6. Number resolved, 5. The one which is not resolved is related to significant uncertainties. 2016-17, we had 9 resolutions. We have resolved 8. There is 1 which is unresolved. It relates to the future outcome of exceptional litigation. We move to page 5. 2017-18, we had 8 resolutions. We have resolved 1. 1 is unresolved, and it refers to the significant uncertainties. If we were to go to Annexure A, or 1, there is a progress on the litigation in terms of that, as well as Annexure 2 or B, that reflect which are the litigations that we're talking about. 2018-19, we had 6 cases or 6 resolutions. We have resolved 5. We have not resolved 1. It refers to significant uncertainties. If we move to page 6, 2019 to 2020, we had 4 resolutions. We have resolved 2. We have not resolved 2. Then there is a response as per the table in question 1A. We can now move to, so if you go to page 8, you will see that on the unresolved matters of significant uncertainties, we refer to Annexure B or 2, Annexure C or 3, and if we go to page 9, which is 2020-2021, we had the total number of resolution, which was 1. Number resolved is 0, unresolved 1. It was an audit opinion, unqualified audit opinion with no matters of emphasis. We then refer to Annexure D or 4. And 2021-2022, which is the last year of review, we did not have any House resolutions. Now in total we had 41 House resolutions. We have resolved 34, constituting 83%, and 7 are unresolved, constituting 17%. I hand over back to you, Honorable. Let me continue with the questions. B, page 11, why did the member of the Executive Council fail to implement all the House resolution? The response, the department made efforts to implement all the resolutions. However, the resolutions pertaining to significant uncertainties could not be resolved as the litigation in nature is not predictable. There are instances where it can be avoided and where it is not avoidable. C, why did the department audit outcome regress? The department audit outcome regressed from clean audit from years 2020 to 21 to 2022-23 to an unqualified with matters of emphasis in financial year 2023-24. It was due to the department incurring regular expenditure relating to the deviation from the terms of reference criteria during the evaluation of the bid for fiscal security, which constituted a violation of the law and regulation Transversal Supply Chain Management Policy of 2022, which led to significant non-compliance finding. This irregular expenditure arose from an error or misinterpretation of the requirements outlined in the terms of reference for the bid that was advertised. Since then, the irregular expenditure has been condoned by the Provincial Treasury during 2023-24 and the department does no longer have irregular expenditure. You can refer to Annexure 5 or E. What measures did the accounting officer implement to prevent regression in the audit outcome? The accounting officer reviewed the existing clean audit strategy to address and improve on areas that may have a negative impact on audit opinion. The strategy include, among other, the following, which is the tabular representation from page 12, 13, page 12 and 13, that has got to do with the sections on leadership commitment, where the whole departmental management committee, which sits every month, deal with the matters around the audit action plans, the investigation and recommendation, governance and accountability, the training and capacity building on the job training in terms of accounting standards, and the updates from Treasury, and the documentations and financial and performance record. That is an ongoing initiative where we review this matter and the progress during the audit steering committees. Internal controls and risk management to deal with risk mitigation, review frameworks to address financial and compliance risks, and then on monthly basis in the audit steering committee we deal with these matters. Going to page 13, section number 4, audit readiness. We look at the early preparations. We engage AGSA and other stakeholders for audit, assets verification, which we start early to implement plans for barcoding, valuation and reconciliation, address audit issues, resolve emerging issues proactively. And the progress is that the assets verification and stakeholder engagements are ongoing, and during the audit steer committee on a monthly basis, we look at the progress that we are making. And the last issue in terms of that is the specific risk identified and mitigation plans still in page 13. It deals with key actions, lack of reconciliation, address reconciliation of issues such as the recurring interest from ESCOM, AGSA payments to prevent errors and wasteful expenditure, infrastructure projects monitoring in terms of mitigating risk related to complete infrastructure not yet transferred to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as well as bursary management to track and validate bursary plans. And these measures are also reviewed on a monthly basis during the audit steer committee. So these measures that are outlined in this table have been prepared as an action to deal with the audit regression. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up question? Honorable Small, Honorable Macheta.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, MEC, HOD. With reference to your Annexure B and matters that are finalized or reference to make it finalized, it's not clear, for instance, on 2011-2012 penny cases awaiting judgment finalized, it's not clear if that amount was paid. And when I go to the next page, page 30, in brackets 2,316,000, I gather that is offset against, maybe possibly against the 2011-12, I'm not so sure, but it could be, but it's unclear. So I'm just asking that. The issue around matters settled and taking into consideration litigation cost. It would be interesting if your litigation cost, let's just talk of bullet point number 4 of the coalition. If you paid 373,000, but the case was 550,000, what was that litigation? You understand? What was that litigation? Because sometimes I think I'm questioning of going to court and then sometimes settle. And the reason why I'm asking that question, when I talk about page 36, with the leave, or with the was ordered to pay outstanding gratuity of leave to the official of 400, that 400,000. my question would be, your legal opinion was to challenge that. And if I would ask you what was that legal cost there, it's probably in excess of 100 to 150,000 rand, I would say, if you went to SCA. So I'm just asking MEC, there are certain things that sometimes you've got to settle, and then I'm questioning the legal advice that you actually then get from internal things, because it's small things that would cost more. Are you weighing, so my question then simply is, are you weighing sometimes the need to challenge against actually going to court, the risk of, if it's a 50-50 one, and here I'm talking of bullet number 5, was that case weighed? Have you got a weighting system? Because why would you want to pay something like, because the leave thing is a leave register, you know, you work so many days. I mean, it's a calculation by a CFO internally. I'm just asking. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Honorable Machete.
No, thanks, Machete Pesi, member of this committee. It's on why the department got an audit outcome with regression. I see that which caused the department here is the error or misinterpretation of the requirements outlined in terms of the reference for the bid that was advertised. But we went further to indicate measures, perhaps in the form of capacity building, to try and do that as we go to further than that. But my question would be, I have not seen any other issue that we have raised in relation to what is it that we have done with regard to this error or misinterpretation, because this error or misinterpretation could have been caused by human error, if I may put it in that way, whether there were actions that were taken or it's just a citation that it was an error, a misinterpretation, and therefore there's no action that was taken. I'm saying I see that on the measures, there's capacity building which might try and deal with that matter. But I think it's proper that we get more information because it has cost the department. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Emerson?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mati Beshtarake, MEC LEDET. I request the HOD and CFO to respond.
Thank you very much for the questions. Let me start. My name is Matozera Tumbu, the head of department for LEDET. I will start with the question asked by Honorable Machete in terms of what was done to those who will have caused the error. This is well covered in question 2 in terms of the action that the department did to those who will have been found to have caused the error. The bid evaluation committee and the head of department were issued with final written warning. We ourselves, we did not wait for the Auditor General to identify this error. Upon review at a later stage, after we have submitted to AG, we did realize that indeed the error was on our side, and we had already then declared it as an irregular expenditure. We did not wait, we reported to Treasury. We made sure that we did all the investigation up towards the condonment, but it is reflected more in question 2, which is still coming in terms of what we did, except for all displays that we did that it mustn't recur. In terms of the question that was asked by Honorable Smale around the litigation and whether we weigh, and I think firstly I should say that we do weigh these cases before action is taken, whether to oppose it, whether to surrender. But with your permission, Honorable MEC and Chairperson, I will hand over to the Chief Director for Corporate Service to respond to the question.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm Elias Mugari, Chief Director for Corporate Services at LEDET. Yes, Chairperson, as the HOD has already indicated, we do weigh the cost-benefit analysis for the cases. And cases do differ by their nature. And with the internal legal advisors, they look into the options that are to be taken, and we also source some advice from state attorney as well. And that's the reason why you find some of the cases, there were some settlements. Instead of 100% paying whatever was outstanding, we pay less, looking at the fact that in some instances, we might have spent more in terms of the legal costs. But looking at the past 3-4 years, we've been ensuring that we do reduce the unnecessary costs through negotiating some of the, or settling, not necessarily going into courts, because that is very, very much expensive when you look into the legal costs. So it depends from case to case. Just to cite an example of the 400,000 in terms of leave gratuity. This happened through an employee who left the department, and this is an employee who was in the department some years back, and there were some restructuring and reconfiguration of the department when it was still with agriculture, and there were some misplacements of some information and all that. So based on that, we could not continue defending that, because we have realized that there were some information that was not available during the time when the processes were to unfold. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. And I hope we are answered, colleagues. So in that case, we will go to question 2. Question 2, who's taking it? Honorable Mabucha.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabota, a member of Scopa. Question 2, procurement and contract management. Executing authority. In paragraph 24 of the AG's report, the AG noted that some of the contracts were awarded to bidders based on pre-qualification criteria that differed from those stipulated in the original invitation for bidding, in contravention of the 2017 Preferential Procurement Regulation 4 subsection 1 and 4 subsection 2. A. Why did the accounting officer award contracts to bidders on pre-qualification criteria that differed from the stipulations of the 2017 Preferential Procurement Regulations 4 subsection 1 and subsection 2? B. What actions did the executive authority take against the accounting officer and the chief financial officer, CFO? C. What actions did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? D. What measures were put in place by the accounting officer to avoid the recurrence of that anomaly? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mabucha. MEC.
Thank you very much, Matibestereke, MEC LEDET. I'll request the HOD to go through the answers to the committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, the Chairperson. My name is Matozera Tumbu, the Head of Department for LEDET. With regards to question 1, why did the accounting officer award contracts to bidders on pre-qualification criteria that differ from the stipulation of the 2017 Preferential Procurement Regulations? The answer is the contracts were awarded due to misinterpretation of the requirements in phase 1 for the pre-qualification criteria outlined in the terms of reference. This phase requires bidders to submit recent audited financial statements. However, during the evaluation process, the bid evaluation committee also considered, reviewed, or an audited financial statement submitted by bidders, contrary to the stipulated criteria. As per the terms of reference, any bid that fails to meet the pre-qualifying criteria is considered unacceptable and should have been disqualified. The BEC inability to distinguish between audited and unaudited financial statement stemmed from the lack of clarity in terms of the terms of reference regarding the salient features of audited financial statement. Question B, what actions did the executive authority take against the accounting officer and the CFO? The executive authority issued an accounting officer with a final written warning, and no action was taken against the CFO. The CFO did not transgress in line with their responsibilities in relation to the regular expenditure incurred. The accounting officer acted on the recommendations of the BEC. Please refer to Annexure 6 or F. What actions did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? Answer, the accounting officer issued a final written warning to the following members of the BEC: SM Ramusibuli, Matumi, Mokhatlane, Matsimel, and their respective designations on the right-hand side. What measures were put in place by the accounting officer to avoid the recurrence of that anomaly? Answer, the accounting officer, in collaboration with the internal control and legal service units, had implemented measures to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly. These measures include the review of terms of reference by both units before finalization to ensure compliance and minimize risk. Additionally, compliance and quality checks and monetary process on the bids have been put in place to identify and address any discrepancies early on before the process can be concluded. I thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. On the first question, why did the accounting officer award contracts to bidders on I think the reason given that the BECs did not have the clarity on the audited and the unaudited financial statements. How possible is that? Because I think that was going to be the first priority or the first requirement when they were appointed into this committee. So I find it very unbelievable to say to a responsible person who is assigned a duty and having or supposed to have a particular skill or requirements, and then we come and give the very same reason that is contrary to what was supposed to be the requirement. I mean, you can't just take anybody to say to be in the bid committee or the bid evaluation committee. Such a basic thing, audited and unaudited, you can't differentiate. No, this one is so weird. But maybe let's hear others, other members. Honorable Mala.
Yeah, Chairperson, my question will be clear, simple. Before the bid evaluation committee sits, the terms of reference, what the committee members must do or look at, that terms of reference, who signs that off? Is that the CFO? Is that the HOD? Simple, because that will speak to the question of the terms of reference that wasn't clear. So I'm asking, before they set the terms of reference of that documentation, who signs that? Who's the last signature on that?
All right, is there any other question? All right, MSC.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. MEC, my name is Matozera Tumbu, the head of Department for LEDET. The last signatory on the terms of reference is the accounting officer on the recommendation of the CFO. So it is the accounting officer. The first question that was asked by the chairperson in terms of how come did the bid evaluation committee not know or differentiate between audited and non-audited financial statement. This that we have responded to was on the basis of their interview during investigation as to why did they come to the conclusion that they can use unaudited financial statement when it's audited financial statement that were required. And they then said that if all of us had some training in terms of understanding these matters beforehand, we will have been in the position, but because some of them are not practitioners in financial management, it was possible that they did not know that. So that was during the interview and the investigation. So that is where we have concluded on the matter. And of course, in hindsight, we then realize that because they give these reasons, the most important thing is to make sure that everybody is trained and understand the terms of reference fully before they now season our bid, any of our committees, so that such a recurrence does not take place in future. I do not know if I can request the CFO to add if permitted.
Thank you very much, Dikeledi Motapa, CFO LEDET. HOD, I think you have covered everything that we try to do to make sure that the recurrence of this matter does not happen, because on top of the clarifying the terms of reference before the BEC starts, we also have internal control that also comes to the meeting to make sure that everyone is on the same level with the terms of reference and what is required of the bid evaluation committee before they can start with the evaluation of the bid. I think that is all that I can add to what the HOD has indicated.
So it means if that thing can happen, that you put a bid evaluation committee to perform such critical work without and being aware that they are not practitioner in the field, but without giving them proper training. Surely somebody was supposed to take responsibility, and I think that is an anomaly. That section of making sure that they comply with the supply chain management and all the treasury regulations and PFMA, but you give it to a junior or maybe a senior who does not have the required skills, but you expect that an employee to perform miracles. So as much as you are indicating that you had measures to deal with that, but in the first place, just to have that loophole, I think was a very serious offense. Very, very serious. Honorable Macheta?
No, thanks, Macheta, member of this committee. I think we should perhaps, on the basis of the responses that are given, which are not really assisting in dealing with the matter. Because in the first place, as the chair said, how do you come to the conclusion to say a non-practitioner must form part of the bid or the BEC? How do you do that? What do you expect from that moment? In other words, if we were to use another word, we will say we're at careless at the extreme. Because that can't happen. That can't happen. At least if we are told that these are the practitioners' perhaps that could have been an oversight on their part, and this is what happened, and this is what we would have done. At least we would have a sense that there's some form of responsibility in terms of taking decisions. But with regard to this one, clearly all of us should be asking questions as to why did we arrive at that? Was it deliberate or what? What was the intention? What is it that we would have wanted to achieve with that? And I think we should be able to speak to that and be able to get clear answers and say this is what we think we could do going forward, so that matter may not in the possible future find itself again, because really it can't be accepted that way. No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nampumulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nampumulu Tambeleni Colbert. It's just an input there, and also to give an advice. You see, when you have a bid committee, what happens is that those who are not practitioners, maybe they are the manager of a certain program out there. He's heading that particular program, and he or she must sit in the bidding committee. All from the supply chain are the practitioners. But myself, if I'm the supervisor or I'm a manager, I have to sit there. That is where we come to this situation. Then my intake is the department must at least workshop all the supervisors and the managers who will ultimately sit on the bidding committee, simply because by virtue of being the manager of such a program which need to be advertised or so on. But the best thing is to capacitate or to train all those managers so that this exercise is not recurring. Thank you.
Yeah, as we are going to respond, Honorable MEC, the HOD said when they were asked, they all said because they were not aware. And is that to give me another question to say, if the four directors, remember these are not ordinary officials, directors, and I believe even if I've never seen an advert of a director, one of the requirements will be financial management. Which section are you going to manage? But at least you must have basic financial management. So these are the directors, supply chain management. Even this one who is supply management, the acting director, also said could not differentiate audited and non-audited statement. Even this director, who is that Ramsey Wood, also acting as a director in the supply chain management, did not know, could not differentiate. So I think we could have gone deeper to say, but it can't be. All the four people, all of them were not aware. In fact, they colluded to say, no, we go there and say we were not aware. I even thought that it was junior officials, but directors, that reason is not acceptable in the first place. And the other thing is that the consequence management should also take consideration the position of responsibility. If I'm with children at home, if we can do the same mistake, if I do the same mistake with my child, I know the consequences will not be the same. It must be harder because I'm an adult, I have responsibility, I've been negligent to do that, I could have been more careful than the consequences for the child. So that is why I say these are not ordinary employees or ordinary officials. There's no way they could not be aware of that. unless if there's something wrong, you are making somebody to act in a position that does not even know what is happening. An acting director, not knowing the difference between an audited and non-audited statement. So there's much into this than the information that we are receiving. There's much into this. So they colluded and they say, no, we'll just go and say we were not aware, and unfortunately you believe them. But we must put it in record that it can be correct what they did. So I don't know MEC, because most of this were just comment and inputs and advice. If you still have anything to say with regards to this issue in particular.
Thank you very much, MEC Matibestarake LEDET. We take note of the advice given by the committee, and as the HOD said, on hindsight, we realize they could have used that loophole that we did not train them or just rehearse on those issues around supply chain. But is something that we'll look into. Thank you.
Can we take it as being concluded? Question 2. So question 3.
Question 3 is on regular expenditure. Executing authority in paragraph 51 of the AG's report. The AG indicated that management did not ensure that it complies with the preferential procurement policy framework and regulations when evaluating bids to prevent incurring expenditure. My apology, I've forgotten to introduce myself. Machete Pesi, member of this committee. The executive authority, the AG reported that management did not ensure that it complies with preferential procurement policy framework and regulations when evaluating bids to prevent recurring irregular expenditure of 9.056 million as disclosed in note 26 to the financial statement of the annual report. A, why did the accounting officer, CFO and SCM management fail to comply with the framework and the regulations when evaluating bids to prevent incurring irregular expenditure? B, why did the accounting officer not take appropriate steps to prevent such recurrence? C, provide a breakdown of the irregular expenditure of 9.056 billion, which might be, no, it's fine, billion. D, why were tender processes not properly followed? E, who are the responsible manager and other officials? F, what action did the MEC take against the accounting officer? G, what action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer, responsible program manager, and other officials? H, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machete. MEC? Honorable MEC?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will request the HOD to respond.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable MEC, my name is Matozera Tumbu, the head of the department for LEDET. Before I respond to this question, I want to refer to question C in terms of the error in the interpretation. We have written to the committee coordinator and reflected that it is not 9 billion, it is 9 million. Now, going back to page 16, why did the accounting officer, CFO, and supply chain management fail to comply with the framework and the regulations when evaluating bids to prevent incurring irregular expenditure? The response: the failure to comply with the framework and regulations when evaluating bids can be attributed to the following: misinterpretation of pre-qualification requirements, which I've read in the previous question, inadequate differentiation, and then third point, non-adherence to the terms of reference. This oversight resulted in the incurrence of irregular expenditure. B, why did the accounting officer not take appropriate steps to prevent such a recurrence? The irregular expenditure arose from an error of misinterpretation of the requirements outlined in the terms of reference that were advertised. To prevent such a recurrence, the accounting officer has now implemented measures such as enhanced review protocols by the relevant structures and additional training for the BEC to strengthen oversight and ensure compliance with all the necessary procedures. C, provide breakdown of the irregular expenditure of 9.056 million. It is in terms of the advertisement or the tender for the security, cluster 1 to 8, then there's name of bidders for these clusters. The third column is the pre-qualification criteria that led to this being classified as irregular and the amounts paid. This contract is a multi-year contract which in excess of 40 million. So we detected this early when we had only paid 9 million and then made necessary arrangements so that this matter is reported to Treasury following the unwanted expenditure framework. And the irregular expenditure has since been condoned, and you can refer to Annexure E or 5. D, why were tender processes not followed? Similarly, there was an error in the misinterpretation of the terms of reference. Going to the next question, who are the responsible managers and other officials? And these are listed under E. It is important to mention that that these officials are senior managers and another one is acting. On a yearly basis, we always provide training around the appointment to the committees, BEC, BAC. So the matter of them referring to the issue of not knowing is just related to that terms of reference, in particular on the matter of audited versus non-audited financial statement. So the measures that we have taken is to make sure that there must not be such a loophole in future, given that even the terms of reference themselves, they are reviewed, and then the people who sit in the committees are well trained so that they understand the terms of reference of what they will be sitting on. So those are the measures for the future. F, what actions did the MEC take against the accounting officer? As already reported, the executive authority issued accounting officer with final written warning, which is F. What actions did the accounting officer take against those responsible, which is already mentioned in E. And then page 19, H. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The accounting officer has implemented the following measures to prevent the recurrence: review of the terms of reference through both internal control and legal services, to review the terms of reference before the finalization and ensure compliance and prevent errors, strengthen internal controls, enhance procedures for monitoring bid processes and ensuring compliance with regulations prior to finalization of the bid, and certainly making sure that those who sit in the bid are well trained in terms of the conduct within the committees of SCM. I thank you.
Thank you very much. This question 3, I think what they are explaining is what they explained in question 2. That's exactly the same issue. I'm not sure if there's anything that you think need to be further clarified.
Yeah.
Honorable Mabucha and
Thanks,
Honorable
Chair.
Mas.
It's Thabo Mabocha, a member of Scopa. Chair, yeah, my question is not really in relation to this question, but if you would remember in the previous session, there was a question I asked which you deferred to this.
I will come to that.
Okay.
Honorable Antatama Hassan.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mine is on that question 1A. Why did the accounting officer CFO failure to comply? I think this thing of misinterpretation, I don't really understand it, because every time it's like the officials are too negligent and they are lazy to go through maybe the submission of the terms of references. They don't want to read and sit down and go through what they've received, because if they sat down and then they went through the list, they would have found out that those what do I call them? The application Java grading, they are unqualified or they are not qualified. So never tell about the body teaching. So it shows negligence and it shows laziness in going through the materials that they found. So they need to get down and read, because what I see here is that they receive things and then they just append their signatures without going through the material that they received. So maybe I would say, please, if you get things, just go through them before you append your signatures and write, because it is true, the chairperson has said, it's the deputy directors, the chairpersons, everybody, they are directors, so it shows that there is a lot of negligence there. Thank you.
Thank you. It's more deliberate. They knew what they were doing. That's my assumption or my assessment. They knew what they wanted to achieve through that not knowing. And that is where the accounting officer must just get in to say, no, it can't be, there's no way. So, but I think they provided measures that will prevent that occurrence in future. So that was the last question. And thank you for your responses, MEC. But remember, when we were with the LTA, there was a question that was asked by Honorable Mabuja about the board remuneration. But I think it was answered, because after Honorable Machete came up with an addition, it was sort of, there was an indication, but we are still going to give them that opportunity to answer it and for you to make a follow-up.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mati Bestereke, MEC LEDET. I will request the HOD to go through the remuneration policy for board members.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mato Zeratu. The remuneration for the Board of Directors in Limpopo is governed through the Limpopo Board Remuneration Policy, which was approved by EXCO last year in 2024. Prior that, the boards themselves had their own remuneration policies, and even during that time, there's always been that guidance in terms of treasury guidelines, in terms of how boards should be remunerated, because it's not only the matter of Limpopo, it's a matter that is derived from the document from the Department of Public Enterprise and National Treasury in terms of the categorization of the boards and the remuneration thereof. And because of these deviations and certain anomalies and certain activities and behaviors by boards, the provincial government felt it necessary that we have one board remuneration policy for all the boards in terms of their categories. They differ in terms of the remuneration, leader, LTA, GAL and others. Each one of them know how much. But as an extra measure, when we advertise boards, we do indicate that their remuneration should certainly comply with the remuneration as outlined in terms of the treasury policy. Secondly, even on their appointment, it is indicated that they will be remunerated accordingly to the policy which is there. So that it is enough as a preventative measures for any board to deviate, and they are not allowed or permitted to make their own remuneration policy. They must all defer to the provincial one.
Thank you very much. I guess we want to make a follow-up on Mawuta.
Yeah, Chair, maybe if we can just be assisted with a copy of that board remuneration, because we know the tendency of boards, of board members. So we just want to assist you so that when we see some anomalies, we are quick to rise. And if needs be, Chair, we see there is no action being taken by the department, we can quickly rush to law enforcement agencies and report these anomalies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that clarity, MEC. And that was the last question and the last response from the department. We want to appreciate your honesty and how you responded to the questions that were forwarded. There were only 3 questions. That shows that if you continue to do so well, next time there won't even be a question. You will just have to not to appear to Scopa, but we want to appear, and I mean to appeal to the MEC and the whole department that now you are a shareholder of so many entities, and some of them have very serious challenges, and it's upon you to ensure that you help them, because when you talk of those entities, they are state entities, they are government entities. When they are not doing well, they are impacting directly to the government. So they must know that you have got a duty, it is responsibility and authority to monitor their performance and to ensure that they must do the right thing. So by monitoring and evaluating and all those things that needs to ensure efficiency and effective of their operations. So we believe in you, MEC, that we can, if we can do it in LTA and the department itself, there's no way you can fail to transform LEDET, to transform New Era, to transform SEZ and all those subsidiaries, to make them to be operational and functional. With your team, if they can get leader right, they can also assist you and assist all those, the CFOs, the chairpersons and everybody within the entities to perform very well. So with the interactions, we were addressing item number 6 on the recommendations. So we hope that as and when we were interacting, we noted when we said, please do this way, do it the better way. And some of those things will also contribute towards forming the resolutions, if maybe there's a need for resolution. But from where I'm standing, I think most of the things have been cleared. what we could have resolved on is that irregular expenditure and it has been condoned. So we believe that, but I mean, from where I'm sitting, I think a question on the irregular expenditure has been dealt with because it has been condoned. So there might not be a need for any resolution, but the coordinator and the researcher will advise us as and when we are going to consolidate. So those recommendations, even if we are not going to have resolutions on the department, but there are recommendations that we forwarded to you. Please take note of those. So item number 7 is the comment by the AGSA.
Good afternoon. My name is Iqbal Ahmed. From the presentation, you could see that this department, except for the last 5 years, except for last year, they were always having a clean audit. And hopefully, with the adoption of their clean audit strategy, they can now go back to being a clean audit in the current year. Thanks. That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Masmenya. MEC?
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Matibeshtereke Baldwin, MEC LEDET. We want to appreciate the inputs that we received since the morning with LTA and now with LEDET. We have noted all the inputs that you have given. We are going to work very hard to try and improve. As you directed, Chairperson, we are going to put our hands on the deck in terms of LEDET because it's one of the entities that is under our leadership. We are going to make sure that we follow up on all the LEDET and its subsidiaries so that they can be at the level of LTA and Limpopo Gambling Board. It is quite good if you are at a clean audit like Limpopo Gambling Board. They have never come here because they are at the clean audit. If all of them, together with the department, we put them at a clean audit, then we can concentrate well to deal with the issues of LEDET and its subsidiaries. And we are fully aware of the support that we are receiving from the standing committee, and we commit to work hard to ensure that one, LEDET must go back to its clean audit. Two, LGB and LTA must maintain their clean audit so that all of us, we have got a task to assist LEDET to come back to its rightful place and assist to grow the economy of the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. I think the first resolution researcher is that one of a strategy to clean audit that we should, when we meet in our quarterly meetings, that is what we should prepare and update us on. And the other one is the assistance to leader. We need to see HOD assisting the MEC with a program to assist leader and all the subsidiaries. And at least if when we have a quarterly meeting, we can just get a sense of what intervention strategies are you employing in terms of assisting leader? I think from me it might be that the only two things that you are going to do to ensure that you don't lose focus of the strategies that you are employing in leader, and even in making sure that you achieve or you go back to the clean audit. So that is part of the way forward. That is part of the way forward. We don't want to see you next year, MEC, when you are coming with leader again with qualified audit, and you start to say, by the way, last year or last session, what did you say? So we want to make sure that during our quarterly meeting, we hear all these things and we see progress. So that if there is an assistance that is needed, it is sought at that particular time before it is too late. But we must say to the department that you are doing a very good job, and please don't drop the ball. Go back to your space of clean audit, so that when we talk of the provincial government, we will be working with, or assisting the department that are still at having qualified and unqualified, so that we will move. We don't want department going up and down like a yo-yo. Do you know a yo-yo? A yo-yo goes up, when it's up it goes down. So we don't want that situation. We must just maintain the clean audit, so that we are able to move even those which are here up there, so that at a particular stage, and we'll make a history that in the 7th administration, all the departments achieved clean audit. So that should be the way forward. Announcements, I think we can say lunch is ready. Before we leave, let's have lunch. And we want to thank you, MEC, and your entourage, AG, Treasury, honorable members, staff, for ensuring that this is a success. Indeed, we have done justice to all the public hearing. It's not like if we finish now, we have not done justice. It is because their things were in order. Their responses were details, that we did not have so many questions, and we are satisfied that on that note we can generate a report and present to the House that indeed what is happening in the department. So with those, we want to thank you and officially close this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.